In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadows, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. Here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Adrenaline awakened, I can take
Unflattered hearts, untested they fall, dancing on strings to the anti-white call. Ignorance cloaked as a beacon of grace, while children are taught to loathe their own race. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak, and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. Chase feelings to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak, and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. But to chase feelings, to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. At your door, when the echoes of history demand so much more, will you stand there in silence, still clinging to lies, or crumble in terror as your narrative dies? Your people for a fleeting applause, but your downfall awaits written in the laws. Anti-white women, your legacy shame. You scorch your own future in your poisonous flame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Yeah, we will have our home again. Feature stories today. Nasrallah's eyeballs are found. Wrinkly Soros kisses your ear. Trump force won colonoscopy. Linktree, what's going on with that? A contrast in white children on school buses with a twist. 667,000 hardcore criminal intruders. Horror on campus hunting white prey. That and more. Go free lesson of the day. Identify, immunize, go free. Your comments, calls, questions, and a Twitter space. And then there's this. Englishman. That your dog? Hassan Nasrallah, former head of Hezbollah. Yes. Englishman. Mind if I speak to him? Nasrallah. Dog doesn't talk. Englishman. Hey, dog. How's it going? Dog. Doing all right. Nasrallah. Look of shock. Englishman. Is this your owner? Pointing at Nasrallah. Dog. Yep. Englishman. How's he been treating you? Dog. Real good. He walks me twice a day, feeds me great food, and takes me to the park once every single week to play. Nasrallah. Look of total disbelief. Englishman. Mind if I talk to your horse? Nasrallah. Horse doesn't talk. Englishman. Hey, horse, how's it going? Horse. Cool. Nasrallah. Extreme look of shock. Englishman. Is this your owner? Pointing to Nasrallah. Horse. Yep. Englishman. How's he been treating you? Horse. Pretty good. Thanks for asking. He rides me, brushes me down often, keeps me in a nice stable to protect me from the weather as well. Nasrallah. Look of total amazement. Englishman. Mind if I talk to your goat? Nasrallah. That goat's a fucking liar. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's glorious to see you all. It's 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And what time is it where you are? Where we are going free. It is glorious, another glorious Sunday, and we are getting started with a small crew of champions because everyone else is a tard, and they're not present for the only thing that works in service to white well-being. Good to see all of you. Over the course of this gathering, I would like you to participate, as you know, and you can do so by tagging me as No White Guild. You can do so on the live stream on Twitter right now. You can do so on the thread on Twitter right now. You can do so in the question app, on Entropy, on Odyssey, on DLive, on Rumble, on so many of these platforms. I just am all over the place, of course, on YouTube. I go out of my way to be everywhere to make it easy for everybody. You may also financially gift over the course of this gathering. We are in the process of building a white positive ADL APAC. Nothing like it exists on planet Earth until we have done it. You may financially gift, and you could do so over at Cash App. you could do so at Subscribestar. I will be checking both of those over the course of this gathering. You may financially gift at Entropy. It's up and running as well as Odyssey in cash dollars or their cryptocurrency, DLive in their cryptocurrency, Rumble in cash dollars. Please no more than $1. Over the course of the gathering, you can financially gift by heading on over to knowwhyguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You will see 5 cryptocurrency wallets there that you can financially gift to. We want to hear from you. You can also find a snail mail address over there. You can snail mail yours truly. The snails will show up with the mail. You can do all kinds. You can write me poetry. You can send money. You can send. But if you would like to donate a tax deductible 501c3 means by which of donating to the work that we are doing here, you can do so by clicking on the foundation for whitewellbeingoutreachteam or .com, and you will find that link at knowwhyguilt.org, or you can go directly to that address. It's a 501c3, and if you are an American, you can get a tax break by doing so at the end of the year, and we all like to get tax breaks since we are taxed to death to pay for all of the heaving throngs of pussing scum that we are forced to live with across Western civilization that just live as fucking parasites on our backs. Yes, fucking pussing, suppurating scum, like so many in the population. We are forced to live with them. You can get a tax break from having to do that by heading on over to the Foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org. Please tag yours truly. Say, I would like this financial gift to this donation, tax-deductible donation, to go to No White Guilt, to go to Jason Köhne, to go to Jason, to go to the handsome man, to go to that. I can tell you some stories. Racing out on the road to make sure that we were here on time. I pull up at a light to take a left. I got to take a left where I wanted to go. And there was one of these absolute produce department vegetables up at the front of this left turn. And they decided in their infinite wisdom to stop on a yellow with nobody coming. So I laid on the horn really hard, just laid on the horn. Of course, they were too slow-witted to realize what was even happening. Yeah, what do I do? It's yellow light. I'm standing red at yellow light. Somebody honking. And there was a guy who, I don't know if he's homeless. I don't think he's homeless. He's too nicely dressed. A black guy, but he has kind of straightish hair. And he's a young man. He's probably between 20 and 25. He begs there at this particular intersection. And I was honking. I honk, and I just like, get out of the way. And I'm wishing there was a button there and I could press and send a fucking missile up the ass of this idiot in the left-hand turn lane that's deciding not to go when I'm hurrying and deciding they're just going to stop there and think about it. And I'm looking for the button. And this guy who just begs for money probably makes more money than I do. Every time I turn around, I see a white person giving this young black guy money every single time I turn around. And he makes this face. He's like, like you're blowing the horn. So I rolled the window down and I said, do you want me to get out of the car? And he did one of these. And he turned around and walked away. And I thought, you know what? I'm probably the only Southerner on planet Earth that has a inner New York City denizen as my spirit animal. And it's about to get out of my car and whoop a shit out of this homeless or wannabe homeless or fake homeless motherfucker. And I'm going to leave him on the side of the road, probably rob him as well for all the money that he has. Then I go inside. I'm going to get a coffee. I go inside and it's a Starbucks. And I go inside and the goddamn drive-through line they got cones in the drive. No, you can't come in. I got nowhere else to go. I got to go in. So I go inside and the place is full of people. It's goddamn like the Star Wars fucking cantina in this fucking place. And I shit you not, that thing with like the hammerhead and the eyeballs, that was fucking there. That was fucking there. And he was speaking Spanish. I promise you he was there. And I walk up and there's like this whole, and I get in line and I'm like waiting and I can't even stand it. The person at the register, I started making faces at that person. I'm like, hurry up. I'm making crazy faces at the person. And the girl's like, holy shit, this guy's going to lose it or something. He's making crazy over the shoulder of the person. He obviously doesn't know. And I get up there, I make my order, I walk around, and then I announce. I got all these people waiting. You got all of these females, and they're there for the pumpkin spice, the latte. It's already been introduced for the October, for the Halloween. It's already been introduced. And they're, by the way, ladies, white ladies, and they make fun of you all the time, the white ladies. And somehow that's okay. We can't make fun of like the black ladies. We can't make fun of what they're getting. They're getting like the pig's feet latte. You can't satirize that is what I'm telling you to do. You can't. But you can make fun of the white ladies who are out there getting the pumpkin spice. And by the way, it's all poison. It's all, go ahead and look it up for yourself. Ladies, if you want your ovaries not to work properly anymore, and you want to get super fat, and you want to be disgusting, a disgusting blob, then maybe you should start making your own pumpkin spice, because at the coffee shops, the syrups and everything is pure poison. So I'm sitting there and I'm looking at them. I'm like, this can't be right. I got to roll here. I got to go free so I can I got to get back. I got to drive 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour over the speed limit, cutting in and out of traffic like it's a goddamn racing movie. And so I can get here so that the 30 of us can be together and hang out as we get started. And these tards over there are making drinks for all of these losers that are in there. So I just go ahead and I announce to the workers, the Starbuckians is what I call them. I announced to them, I said, hey, everybody, Starbuckians, if you can make my drink right now, I will strip for you. And wouldn't you know it, all of the Hispanic girls and the gay guys turn around, they make my drink immediately, and I'm able to get back on the road so that I can take off to be here with all of you, and we can get started here with Mordor across from the Potomac in the background. I'm going to start off by telling you something really hilarious. Linktree. I signed up for Link. Do you know what Linktree is? Linktree is a website, and they had this great idea many years ago, and they made a lot of money off of it, where if you have a lot of links and you don't want to share, like, remember in the beginning you had to share like all of your links. And for somebody like me, it was insane, because I kept having to sign up to new platforms. The platforms themselves, I got a whole fucking list of these from these sensorial anti-white curs, these dogs out there shutting down entire platforms, not just censoring me off the platform, literally shutting down the entire fucking platform. I got a whole list of them. And so you wouldn't want to share all these. So Linktree comes in. Linktree says, hey, you can put them all up here. You can just share your link to here. And we'll profit from you doing that, because we can advertise and whatever else. And then you just have this one link to share. Isn't it a wonderful thing? 2018, I get on board like right at the beginning, and I'm sharing the link. Everything's going fine. 2021 into 2021 range, Linktree decides to reach out to me, and they were like, by the way, you're not anti-white enough. No white guilt. By the way, Jason Köhne, you are not anti-white enough. And so we're censoring you from the platform. And I'm like, wait a second. How are you censoring me from the platform? I only care about the well-being of white people. No negative thoughts about any non-white people on any of my, never have. And because it's not who I am, it has nothing to do with my appearance to the other people you got to worry about. No, it's just who I am. I don't look at any group of people and say, well, they're all this. By the way, no matter what group you belong to, if you're anti-white, I despise you. I will feed you to all them alligators swimming around in Florida right now, up and down through the neighborhoods. But no group of people, nothing. No, but and still Linktree's like, nope, we're censoring you for no, we're not gonna. No. And then I'm like, but wait a second. You have hardcore pornographers on your platform, and they've got like 20, 30 links, hardcore pornographers everywhere. They can share. You're good with all that. You're good with all of these other things out there, but you're not. You're good with I looked up, I remember I was mom thinking about it. I sent them links on their platform of hardcore anti-white people calling for the genocide of the white race, saying the white race doesn't exist, so it's okay to genocide them. It's okay to get, how does that make sense? It seems to not make sense that if we don't exist, it's okay to genocide us. I mean, it's kind of like, you know exactly what you're doing with your pretext and lies. And they decide, Linktree decide, no, we're not going to write back to you. Nah, we're not going to write back. And so they didn't. So years and years and years. And I'm just like, well, that's that. You know, they're not going to write back. Can't use Linktree. Just a couple of days, literally a couple of days ago, Linktree emails me. I shit you not. Here's what Linktree writes to me. It's 2024, by the way. Censored 3 years ago. Linktree writes this. Hello. We have reviewed and reinstated your account. We're sorry for any inconvenience caused during the time your account was unavailable. You should now be able to log in and use your Linktree as per usual. Sincerely, Linktree Trust and Safety. Yeah, my whole life, I could have been like married, divorced, had children, been in combat, paralyzed in a paragliding accident, and then miraculously stem celled back to pure health in the time that I had an inconvenience, according to Linktree. These are the anti-whites for you. They populate, and you will find out, ladies and gentlemen, they're everywhere. And the reason why they are everywhere is because the moral tapestry of the West is the anti-white moral imperative. It's immoral as far as we're concerned, but that is the reason why gravity always works in their benefit. It always works out for them. You are not going to be able to change leaders and suddenly it gets better. Tards out there. Tards. So many tards out there following all of these other content creators. You show up every day for them, don't you? You show up because you're going to get a new little leader and it will be better, you king. You deserve a wood chipper. You deserve to be fed to wood chippers. And you know what? What's interesting? You got Eric Adams up there in New York, and anti-whites, they show you how they take care of people who get in the way of anti-whiteism. By the way, just as a by the by, and we're going to get into the first item here that I wanted to take a look at. Men don't want to work, apparently. We'll see. Is it that men don't want to work? But we'll see. We got a lot of things. We got Nasrallah getting blown to pieces. We got Nasrallah. He's blown to pieces. Colonoscopy for Trump Force One. We got a lot of fun things to talk about. Hardcore rapists and murderers. Hardcore child abusers. Found guilty and on the verge of being found guilty. Because they're so guilty, they're not even bothering to get around to their trials. And they are released into the United States, into little white town, into little white zip code USA by the anti-whites. Every one of these people, everyone, not vote. You know, talking about vote. What do you mean vote? It's more like get picked up by some of the good fellas and take a long ride in the trunk of a fucking car out into the woods somewhere. That's more like what metaphorically what happens to you in a song when you inject into the West convicted rapists and murderers and child predators. How are we having the conversation? Well, the only way we have the conversation is because the anti-whites have the gravitational pull of the moral tapestry. But hey, words are not gonna. I was over there under the golden one. I'm all over the place. And you know what? If you don't like it, then fuck off. I'm all over the place today. I was over there under the golden one. He did this. He was all wrong thing. And he should have been telling people, maybe we'll watch the video, not today, some other time. You know, I like the golden one. I'm a big fan. We're good friends. And he's talking about it's wrong. And somebody over there, who was it? TJ. And we're going to celebrate TJ. Got tons of likes. Bringing up anti-whiteism is what needs to be addressed. And one of these tards again, one of these tards is like, we're do nothing. Words do nothing. And then demanding that you speak in the words of National Socialist Germany. And if you don't, then you are a cult member. Really? Well, the anti-whites show us how to handle people like this. You destroy them. The Arabs, the Islamic Arabs, they show you how you treat people who are ostensibly, nominally on your side. They ostensibly are there for the well-being of our people. They ostensibly care about our countries and our people, Western kind, ostensibly. But then they always steer them away from things that work for our well-being, and they steer them primarily to their own enrichment, their own betterment, their own aggrandizement, their own sexuality, their own sexual fulfillment, their own etc. They steer them into that. So we destroy them. That's how you win. The first people you destroy are the people who are supposedly on your side, who are clearly leading everybody in a direction that harms us. What did the anti-whites do with Eric Adams? By the way, Eric Adams of New York, black mayor of New York, he could not be more of a Judeo-centric, truckling, suckling bitch to Jews and Judaism and Zionism and Israel. This guy is a mayor of a city in New York. By the way, a heaping pile of shit. That's what New York is. Now that anti-whiteism has white erased just about all of it. And everybody proud to be from New York City or proud to be from any of these cities across the West, you have to accept reality. Your pride is in what was. And your pride is in what is in us and what therefore can be, not what is. Because New York is shit. That's what it is. So he's this mayor of a dung pile. He's practically mayor dung roller. And they just get around there and they roll the shit up on each other. That's what they do there in New York. And yet he's like traveling to, his main concern is Israel and Jews. And are they safe? And is Israel good? And what more can he do for Jews? And can he be in the boroughs with the Jews? And what can he do for the Jews and the Jews and the Jews? And wait a second. If this notion that the Jews controlled all things, then Mayor Adams wouldn't be getting lawfared right now. He would have laurels thrown upon him, tossed at him, thrown around his neck. But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening, is it? No, the anti-whites. That's what the ideology is that dominates the West. And Mayor Eric Adams got in the way of anti-whites. How did it happen? Very simply. All of these different borough leaders are coming to Adams over the past couple of years, and they're like, we're being fucking inundated. We're being inundated over here. Over here, we're being inundated. What are they being in? Tacos. Tacos are showing up. Tacos and burritos in our neighborhoods from all over Central South America. Tacos and burritos are pouring in. And they're getting full access to the Gibbs. You remember the lady? I know it was Chicago, but you remember the black lady? She's like, I came out here. It was like 500 Hispanics. I couldn't get any meat at the meat truck. And I was like, what the fuck is a meat truck? Oh, we just give meat away to people. Oh, that's nice. So you can either work for a living in America or vote for a living. I got it. I gotcha. So you can't get any meat. So they're all running to Mayor Adams, and they're like, a big time resource competition. All of Whitey's Gibbs are drying up here, and we can't get any fucking Gibbs. What are you going to do? And it's pressure, 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 pressure. And they're all saying Adams is the problem. He's not putting an end to this. And they're filling our schools. They're filling our daycare centers. They're taking over the community centers. They're throwing the veterans. They never cared about the veterans, okay? They're throwing the veterans out on the streets. And they're filling them with they're packing them in there. They're packing them in there like a gay porno. It's just like, pack them in. And Adams on the other side, in the train that he's being forced to ride there, he's on the other side. They're like, hey, you're going to take some more. You're going to take some more. And Adams loses it one day, and he goes out on TV, and he's like, this immigration is going to destroy. He's talking about white erasure, even though he doesn't know it. That's what it really is. He's talking about white erasure. And he says, hey, this is going to destroy New York City. Then echoed himself, it will destroy New York City. Opposing white erasure. And for that, no matter how much he got on his knees and bent over for the Jews of America, the Jews of New York City, the Zionists of whatever, no matter how much he services them, they're like, lawfare your ass. They're like, we're going to dig through all of your associates. And have you looked at the charges? I did. There are things like upgrades on plane trips. So in other words, he had like business class. They're like, first class for you, paid for by Turkey. And now the federal government is going to destroy him over this. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely Hunter Biden? This absolute asinine, throw him in jail, feed him to the real animals that live inside prisons. In there, fucking his cousin and smoking crack with his cousins. Talk about the Biden family. Corpse in chief. Come at me, FBI. Come at me. Talk about the Biden family. Absolute trailer trash running the White House over there. Corpse in chief. And this guy's over there. And what? Nothing for this guy. Absolutely kid gloves. Mayor Adams, you got an upgrade? Oh, now you're going to lose everything. You spoke out against anti-whiteism. That's the ideology that dominates. It is a phenomenon. It has infected everyone's minds. Where does it come from? It comes from white people. It is instinctual for us. It is born out of our selfish individualism, which we have to get over, or there's no hope. There's no hope for us. Oh, yeah, Jason, but don't you know they were kicked out 106 times? Whatever the number, they were kicked out so many times. That's how many times they were let back in, dipshit. That's how many times they were let back in. Proving yourselves wrong. Wonder how they got let back in. God damn. So, yeah. That's how, to make my broader point, that's how we should handle all of these lookalikes, all of these wannabes, all of these pretexters that say, well, we care. If you want to do this for white America, bullshit. House burns down because lightning strikes it. The good Lord decides, time for your house to be struck by lightning. This is how the Arab Islamicists handle people like that. This is how the anti-whites handle people who undermine genuine efforts. Bullshit. Nobody has an argument anymore. Come at me and debate me. And nobody will come and debate me. Nobody will come and debate because they're all fucking cowards because they know we're right, because they know they're wrong, and they just got a grift going and they're grift guarding. Fuck every one of them. That's that. And the reality is that they all want to get with yours truly. That's the reality. That's why they're always talking about my lips. That's why they're always talking about how arrogant I am and all, because they love it. It gets their juices flowing, doesn't it? White men don't want to work anymore today. That's all. They just don't want to work. Let's take a look at that so we can roll into this. Since we're having fun already, rising number of men don't want to work. Really? Is that what it is? A rising number of men. And then here you go. Now watch this. Where do you think, if you're going free, this is going to immediately strike you? You're going to immediately say, oh, I know what immediately is said at the beginning of this article, because I'll show you that picture. What is the tact they're going to take immediately in this article? Let me see what you all are saying really quick so we can include those who are give a shit, those who actually give a shit. Azimuth Clark is here. Nat Quinn. Herman the Tosser. Cool Papa J Magic. Rick is here. Tag me as No White Guilt if you got something to say. Shamuski is here. He says, is that Ivan the Horrible hiding in the closet? It is indeed. And he's ready to take out the lying turds out there. Fornol is here. Anna speaks out. If I were to send a poem along with snails, would you read it on the show? Yes, I would. Absolutely, I would read a poem with snails. And did you keep your promise? Said Shamuski. Well, they know maybe the surveillance footage will be seen. Biospirit of the West is here with us. A good line for you to shout, quote, learn to drive or pull over and park it. It's a New York type of driver comment. That's good. I will feed that to my spirit animal inside me. And I will use it in the future. Thank you, my friend. First Last is here. I swear going out in public is harder every day out here. Glad I'm not alone. Yeah, it is harder every single day because the West is full of anti-white scum. And then the total Barnum and Bailey grifter shows are out there. And they're garnering all of the attention. And Twitter and other platforms are feeding and funneling people to these losers that are harmful to our people, individually and collectively. And they are doing it intentionally, ladies and gentlemen. They're doing it intentionally. Carlos is here. Great to see you. Marilyn is here. Hyperborean Dream says, send a link to your website. Thank you for doing that. Are we linked up on Twitter as well? DM me that as well. Jenna says, I'm hoping they're not in areas affected by power outages. I was just watching storm chasers delivering Starlink to a few places in New York so they could get the signal. Hey, if you are someplace where the power is out and you're unable to participate in this going free, I don't give a shit. Conjure up some magic. Use some magic. Get over top. Get over with a genie bottle and just rub on the genie. Rub on the little genie jar and have the genie pop up and then say, hey, I need you to live stream. I need you to pull up the live stream of No White Guilt because he's going to be pitiless about me not showing up. That's how much he cares now. He's gone through enough shit. Wes Middlebrook is here. Blessings to you, Jason. Thank you for tonight's gathering, says Laura. Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate the appreciation. Thane is here. Great to see you all. Hello, hello. First Last says he's here. Slaughtz says that they are going to defame white men. Well, I mean, you're right on the path there, brother. Al Haindel is here. Wonderful to see you. Let's go. Did I strip at Starbucks? Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Maybe I undid a few buttons for them. Right now, immediately, all of the multiracial anti-Jew community are busily on there with their AI trying to track down that footage for the obvious sexual gratifying reason that they would be. Please let me find Jason taking his clothes off at Starbucks. It really did get that response, though. That's real. It really did get my... And by the way, what was really great, when I yelled this to the Starbuckians, I saw this like middle-aged 5 minutes from being ugly white woman, like 5 more minutes of her life. And she was going to be like hitting that wall and it's just going to be like all downhill. And I saw her do one of these like faces, like, I can't believe it. And then like a big, I can't believe it when that drink got made. It's not going to work for you, honey. 20, 25 years ago, maybe so. American men are opting out of the workforce at unforeseen rates. Now, first of all, is it men? This is Newsweek. This is anti-white, terrorist-run Newsweek magazine. The same magazine that tells you and the white population repeatedly that Nick Fuentes is the resistance to anti-whiteism. Kind of like a CIA front, Newsweek. Kind of like CIA. Yeah, come at me, CIA. I got nothing to lose anymore. Come on. CIA Newsweek tells you regularly that Nick Fuentes is the resistance. So is it men? Is it, and are they opting out? First of all, who is it? It's not men. It's white men are not getting into the workforce. White men are killing themselves at record levels because of their white women don't obey them. Yeah, I said it. You don't like it? Fuck off. Why? Their women don't obey them. Their women don't respect them. Their women think that they're jokes. Their women use other white men in pretty uniforms to come and beat the shit out of them when they won't obey. They go to work. They're laughing stock in their communities, in their circles. And then a great many of them pretend that that's not the case. A great many of them pretend, no, not me. Not me. I got me a big truck over there. I got a pull-up bar outside. You are a loser. You are a descendant of a once great white Westman race. You are nothing. You control nothing. Your truck sucks. Your house sucks. Your pull-up bar is as big as it is because you've got a little dick. You suck. They can't get jobs. They can't get promoted. They can't get into school. They're all full of forever chemicals, and they don't even know all their voices are like this. All their voices are like this. That's white males today. They're killing themselves. They can't get into work. Well, I was just looking at this graph that was on Twitter about females in college and how many more females across the West. It's unbelievable numbers. The percentage of females in college relative to men just skyrocketing, relative to white men, relative to white males, who are the only group you can discriminate against. The only group you can morally and legally discriminate against. Anybody want to have a debate about that? Because we'll debate in the full contact mode of debate. So they can't work, they can't get respect, they can't get promoted. And so they're just dropping out. They're just dropping out of life. But what is the picture they show you here? The anti-white CIA at Newsweek. Poor black guy. Oh, it's the poor black guys again. I should be worried about the poor black guys again. Is that ever since I was 6, 7 years old being told, how are the black, Jason, how do the black guys feel? I don't care how they feel. I don't give a shit. I'm tired of having to think about them. I'm tired of being told since I was a child, I got to concern myself with how they're feeling. I don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about white guys except to hate us and to endeavor to take our women. That's it. Oh, yeah. And we know that's the reality of it. We know that's the reality of it. And we also know why so many of you want white women. Wonder what kind of a statement that is on your mothers. So they want us to feel bad about the black guys. They're the ones who are having are you kidding me? They set aside uncountable numbers of slots at universities, Ivy Leagues, for black males. They bring them in. They pass them not being able. I mean, let's be real. Let's just be real. They pass them without being able to do. Here's your degree from Harvard. Here's your degree from, just look at these places all over the country where these graduates end up Fannie Willis and her black ass boyfriend, and they know about as much of law and legality as your basic first year legal clerk. But yet they've got like the coruscating degrees in the background. You dare not question them. Hell no. You dare not question them. They're going to come for you. Welcome to ghetto America, where we all get to live now. We all get to live. It's the new plantation. Ghetto America is the new plantation where we all got to suffer on. How dare you? I was pulling this week. I was coming off of an exit, getting onto the highway. This is real. This happened just days ago. Getting onto the highway. And I had just merged onto the highway. Left lane over here. I'm in the right lane. Exit lane. Lots of room. A $150,000 Mercedes SUV G cuts me off. Not like a kind of cut off. Not like I'm being, I'm delicate. They just kind of got close. No, cuts me off from the left lane such that I had to not lock up my brakes, but almost, so that my front left fender doesn't hit the rear right fender of this exorbitantly priced Mercedes SUV. We would have connected with each other. The SUV goes from the left lane through my lane into the exit lane. I come to an almost stop. Thank the good Lord that the people behind me weren't close, because they would have rear-ended me unless they saw it happen and were quick on the brake. Quick. Absolute laser-like reaction time from yours truly. Laser-like reaction time. I slow down, speed up again. That turn lane, remember I said it had a long way to go, got stacked up with cars as we continued down the road, and I got to come up beside the black female. The black female with her head full of the hair of women from India, right? Just absolutely clipped in there, and whatever it is, this big hair, oh, painted up face. And she made this smug ass entitled, like at me, like this. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Whitey? What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, bitch. I'm destroying the moral tapestry that puts you in that $150,000 vehicle when you don't provide, and we both know it, shit for value to whatever company, to whatever business that you got the business grant from of my dollars, from the federal government, from the state government, from both. Whatever executive position that you were put in, that you don't bring a fraction of the value to that company with your absolute had to have her work here for anti-whiteism, get rid of the white male that deserved that job in the executive branch. That's what I'm going to do. I'm destroying that moral tapestry. I will eat it right out from underneath your feet. And you'll find yourself in a long, long fall as a consequence. That's what I'm doing. So I'm actually doing something to get back at situations like that. Smug ass, entitled, you got to get out of my way. $150,000 vehicle. Yeah, I'll get out of your way, all right. Piece of shit. So here we are, Newsweek, CIA. Sorry, we got a little bit off track there. Newsweek, CIA. Newsweek, CIA. The Fuentes is your leader, Newsweek, here telling us that we need to worry about black males. How many? I mean, let's just be honest. Nobody say it out loud. Nobody say reality out loud. Anti-whites, they're terrified of reality. They need things to be in the anti-white narrative. So if you say it, then they will come after. They will. So just think it in your head. How many people have worked with a black guy? And I'm including the black guys out there who got into their positions because they deserve them. So how many people out there have worked with black guys that were like absolute 70 IQ, had no business being where they were working? Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. All right? Don't say it. And you're like, and then you just got to like shake your head. But really, it should be much more, because you should be thinking of all the white guys out there and the little white children that they would have had that they're not going to have, because we are K-selected. We look to the future. We look to, can we have children? Do we have the money? Will we be able to provide for them? We don't just go out and reproduce, except unless you're on the like left side of our bell curve. And then let me tell you, in the trailer parks, the J.D. Vance families of the white race, oh, they breed too. They breed. They'll shit out some white tards, won't they? No problem there. And then those are the ones that get elected by the sewing circle. Please, let's get some more of them, the white tards up there. Let's get some more of these white tards. They hate the white race, and they're like, marrying out of this race, I hate it so much. So this is what they want you to think. For many, it's not an issue of not being able to find a job. They have simply opted out altogether. The Bureau of Labor Statistics found only 89% of working-age men have found a job or are actively looking for work. In 1950, that number was 97%. In 1950, the country was 90% white. 1950, the country was 90% white. And almost 100% of the white men were working. I really want you to chew on that for a moment. 1950, almost 90% of the 90% of the population's white. Almost 100% of white males found jobs so that they could bring home the bacon for the little lady and the children. Think about that. I wonder, was the country better? Were the families better? Was the schooling better? Were the towns better? Were the cities better in 1950 than they are today? I wonder if that was they could buy an automobile and take a vacation, something working people had never been able to do. They could do all of this. They could be there for the children. Not anymore. Not anymore. Now they're saying that statistics only 89%. Now remember, when it comes to 89% now, that now whites are far fewer a percentage of the population. We're heading to less than 50% by 2030. So that means there are a ton of more non-white men. Can you do the math? Is the math mathing for you? There are tons of more non-white males. So out of this number right here, what is the actual percentage of white males? Because we know that non-white males cannot morally or legally be discriminated against. Now, is there a general inclination in a thread or a seam in some of these non-white populations to not work? You bet. You bet. But there ain't none of them being turned. So that you can't fix. That's just the way it is. If lethargy in a certain percentage of a certain group of people is normal, you can't fix it. And it ain't our fault. The anti-whites would say it's our fault. But that's why I just fired up the wood chipper. So the percentage of males that are not finding work is going to be much higher for the white race, because those are the males that can be morally and legally discriminated against. So what is that percentage? So 89% of males are finding work. What is it? 70, 60% of white males are able to find work. 50% are able to find work. And what if we decide to define finding work a little bit more specifically? Like work that is commensurate with your education and the dues you have paid. I would say that is 10% of the white population, 20%. Work that is commensurate, pay and work, salary, perquisites that is commensurate with our abilities, our schooling, and the dues that we've paid. 10% of us, 20% of us. The anti-whites don't give a shit. The CIA anti-whites at Newsweek don't give a shit. They're not going to bother telling you that. They're not going to tease that out. The elsewhere in the resistance to our victimization, they're not going to bother teasing it out because they don't care about us. They're just going to look at it and say, well, it's the Democrats, or it's the communists, or it's the Jews, or that's all they do because that's their shtick. That's their bit. That's their act. And everyone knows it. And as fewer men financially support themselves, there are long-reaching economic and societal implications. No shit, the experts say. The experts say, you don't say. Really? There are far-reaching. We are already seeing that 49 of the states, we looked at this at the beginning of this year, last year, have single females now, or females, I guess I should say, or the ones buying the homes. Not males anymore. What does that mean for males in these relationships? First of all, will there even be relationships? Females have massive contempt for males that are their peer in looks, and they won't even date them until they're beyond and they start to lose traction against younger females. Then suddenly they're like, okay, I'm back now. I'm 5 minutes from hideous, and I've got 3 children from 3 different men. You'll have me now? I don't think so. ST Delia. I don't think so. You can, ST Delia, you can keep those little brats. You can raise them yourself with the income that those 3 other guys are being chased around the country to have to pay with their non-existent jobs anymore. So have a nice day, ST Delia. Not only that, but the guys that end up in relationships with these females, I want you to listen closely. They are one emotional outburst, breakdown from being thrown out of the house, of being homeless. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's no use lying. You're not going to be able to lie to me. It ain't going to be able to lie to me. I know women. And I've seen too many times that they get a little upset, they come undone, they emote and they think it's thinking, and then they decide, burn it all down, relationship's over, and then she can throw your ass right out of the house. And if you think for a moment, well, no, she can't just throw me out because squatters' rights, because you're white, dummy. They'll come drag your white ass out of that house in 1 minute, and then you'll be living. And so what does that do? That makes white males, if it's not bad enough for white males, if it's not bad enough with everything that we talk about and see across our society in the West, if it's not bad enough that we are already subservient to females, you're going to be more subservient when her caprice, her capriciousness decides whether or not you live in a cardboard box. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You'll be running around doing backflips. What's next? And it's not going to be a vision for the long-term future. It's not going to be a vision for the totality of our white family, for the totality of our people that is going to be governing every one of these individualistic households. It's going to be the solipsisticness of women. It's going to be their inwardly looking, their navel gazing What more and what has been done for me lately that governs every white male? The U.S. has a major issue of prime age men giving up, prematurely existing, and exiting the labor force. So we might as well just say white men. White men. What's striking about, and that's another thing, so many of these relationships I see across the West, the white guy working, and he makes literally like half or less than half the wife. Now, when the woman across the West made nothing, when she didn't go to work, the entire moral tapestry of the country, in other words, all of the family members, the brothers and sisters-in-laws, the uncles and the grandparents and everybody like that came together and they said, everything that is his is hers. That's gone. No, everything that is hers is hers. No family members come to his aid. No brothers-in-laws and sisters-in-laws and grandparents and friends and the entire moral tapestry show up to say, oh, no, Becky. No, Melissa. No, Sherry. Don't you understand? You're married to him, or you common law married to him, or you all are together and you're living in the same place and you've been living together in the same place and everything for all along. Everything that is yours is his. No one says that, do they? Can I get an amen? No one says that. And so when she decides you're gone, when she decides you've misbehaved, mister, society agrees with her. Society agrees that your ass gets thrown out. Society agrees that none of it is yours. And if society agrees that none of it is yours, who composes all of the courts and all of the juries? Oh, yeah, society. Nice little fix they have in. Nice little fix anti-whiteism has done to the white race. Several factors may be at play for men's declining participation in the workforce. Recessions often bring down the workforce participation rate, and often the numbers never quite recover. And the Great Recession of 2008 saw male employment decline 88 to just 80.6%. Gee, I wonder how many more, anybody else out there still the least bit tolerant of these anti-white bitches under the rubric of their taking, which is feminism. They're just anti-white curs. And how many of them are going to tolerate, we need parity between men and women? I mean, I swear to boom to the moon. Boom to the moon. Women are treated unfairly. We need parity. Boom, there'll be no white men in the workforce. And only then will white anti-white females be stopped from complaining about men anymore. Not a single white guy left in the workforce. And then the complaints about males getting paid more for jobs and all of this other kind of horse shit, then they'll stop. Because they won't be able to complain about blackmail. Let me tell you right now. I wonder why they won't be able to complain about blackmail. I wonder why. Well, that's your perennial victim right there. They won't be able to complain about Jewish men. They won't be able to complain about Asian men. They won't be able to complain about Hispanic or Arab or Indian men. No, the group that they were allowed to burn down will be burnt down. They'll be gone. So, wrapping up my point here, a male could not just throw the female to the dogs without societal condemnation, legal condemnation, condemnation from friends and ostracism from family, when the woman was depending upon him for income, and everything that is his is hers. But the reverse can be done. She can throw him to the dogs. She can throw him to the wolves of the night if he's a white male. And society won't condemn her. Society, in fact, applauds her for being a strong, independent woman. She doesn't have to put up with any shit out there. It was the white family unit all along, the norms of our family, that anti-whiteism had to destroy. That was the primary thing that anti-whiteism and anti-whites sought to destroy. That harmony, that unity, moving like pistons in a drag race car, screaming down the track toward a happy and healthy family, smiling children. That's what they had to destroy, and they destroyed it with this absolute self-centeredness of white females. This absolute empower me, the emoting as thinking. And that's why it's so important for the true women of the West who are here in service to white well-being to stand up and to condemn these lowly anti-white curs that are out there. They're not strong women. They are anti-white dogs. That's what they are. They're not strong, independent women. They are anti-white slugs. They are anti-white pigs. And their complaints are nothing more than the squeals of pigs. That is why the women of the West, and I'm going to tell you, all the women of the West, they'll be crowned. They will be crowned. And the rest of the white females out there, they will be fed to the anti-white animals that populate planet Earth. We will personally feed you to them. Yeah, we will crown. We will crown the champions. And then you can look on in horror as you are devoured by what you created. All of this female vanity, all of the accusations of that exact type of behavior, nothing but a projection of the female who paints themselves up every single day, who spends thousands of dollars. And guys that do this, we call fops, we call dandies, we make fun of them, we ridicule them. The guy that stands in front of the mirror, and like for hours, and he's doing this, we actually fight them and then mock them as they cry and leave the group of males. But women, thousands of dollars on clothing, on their makeup, on their hair dye, on their extensions, on their shoes. How many pairs of shoes do you need? Because they're vanity for their fucking feet, for the love of God. Who in their right mind has to dress their fucking feet in so many different articles of clothing? I wonder if that was the weak link to the white race. The people who have to dress their feet in hundreds of pairs of shoes. And they're like, you go, girl power. And look at where it's gotten us. You got girl power all right now. No males, no men to protect you. No men to protect you. Because you have participated in making white men into boys, into servile truckling losers. And that's the vast majority of white males today. Servile, truckling losers. Sick of it. You don't like the truth? Kill yourself in a metaphorical way. Kill your character in World of Warcraft. So this article just goes on with the same horse shit. Yeah, men don't want to work. That's what it is. That's the problem. The women, they're the real victims here. White women are the real victims because they're men. They just don't want to work. Can you all hear this? Can you hear that or no? We're going to get right now into what's up next. Oh, Soros, the one whose name shall not be spoken, right? Because if you speak negatively about Soros, do you remember that? Where it became a censorable offense across social media, including these YouTubes, a censorable offense to even mention Soros. Even Fox News, they were like, can we mention Soros? Yes, because he's an anti-white piece of shit that deserves to sooner than later meet the devil in hell. He is ancient. Is he not? How is he not dead? How is Soros not dead? How long is this creature from Jekyll Island, 1913, going to live? Wasn't he there? For the love of God, I don't give a shit that he came out of he came into this world between Jewish legs. You know how much I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. All I care about is that he's anti-white. I know that hurts a lot of anti-whites out there. I know they would love for me to care that he's Jewish. I couldn't care less. I won't even say the word that he calls his people. That's how much I care. I won't even say. All I care about is that this vile, living human turd continues to inflict anti-whiteism. If there were justice, if there were actual nationalists and champions in this country, they would immediately bring Soros up on charges of treason, and anybody who came to defend him would be brought forward under military tribunals and executed for their being accomplices to treason. He would be tried and then executed publicly. Come at me, Soros. So, right before the election, but make no mistake, it's not really the election that Soros wants to make a dent on. It's the subsequent 4 years after Trump wins this, if the Democrats, the anti-whites, don't steal it. That's what he wants to make a dent on. So, Soros, let's hear from this reporter, this alternative media reporter, what she has to say. We'll get her soundbite.
Weeks before November's presidential vote.
Now, mind you, if you're confused by what she's saying, if it sounds like maybe you're having a bit of a stroke, then it's because she heavily censors herself. She'll refer to Soros as George, and a lot of the words that she says she mutes like halfway through in an attempt to get around the censorship on Instagram. Thank you, Facebook.
Billionaire George Soros just purchased over 200 radio stations in a deal fast-tracked by the FCC, bypassing critical and typical security reviews, sparking fears of media manipulation. The approval pushed through by the FCC's 3 left commissioners.
Okay, so anti-white. So, again, why do we live in a country where anti-whites can illegally, unethically, immorally push through a purchase that would be dragged on for months and months and months, years, if even allowed to go through, if somebody who wasn't anti-white enough tried to purchase these 200 stations? Why do we live in a world like that? Are we going to continue with these old approaches and old vehicles where every new generation, every new 5 years, the exact same? How is it like this? It's such an outrage. What can be done about it?
I passed the usual national security review process, raising concerns about Georgia's influence during this critical period. Under normal circumstances, Georgia's purchase would have required months of review as his ownership stake exceeds the 25% threshold set by FCC regulation.
Okay, so FCC, you have a limit on what you can own. You have a limit on what you can own, but they're like, oh, anti-white billionaire wants to own beyond that limit. Well, fine, we'll let that go through. And it's because he's anti-white, not because he's a Jew. It's because he's anti-white. You might want to just reflect on what's happening to Mayor Adams right now. And what only thing that should matter for us anyhow is that which is productive of an interpretation for us. That's all that should matter. So it's because he's anti-white. So he gets to own more media than you're allowed to own. And his purchase gets to be illegally, unethically, immorally fast-tracked. And where are the Republicans? Why don't good people, I'll tell you what needs to happen is like when these Republicans, when they stand up, they come out with this bravado. By God, we're going to stop them. By God, it's going to be a day. By God, this is what I don't know why they do this with their arms, but this is what they do in my head. By God, it's going to be a day. By God, we're going to. And then, well, they cheated. They cheated and they pushed it through, and it's really unfair. And make sure you donate to me. When they do that, we should use metaphorical 2x4s on them and their vehicles and their houses and eggs, metaphorical eggs thrown at them to rain down in high arcs, metaphorically, upon them. Impressive. We should all laugh. If people were to metaphorically throw urine-filled balloons. So I'm talking about patriots, nationalists, conservatives. I'm not talking about Antifa. I'm talking about patriots, nationalists, conservatives throwing piss-filled balloons on some of these people. You know, let these folks get hit with piss-filled balloons. And they're like, that really smells like piss. That's because it is piss. From people who are their voters or could be voters. And then we'll see some change. But no, we're going to have them come forward and they're going to complain that it was unfair.
However, this rule was waived, marking the first time such an exception has been made, allowing the deal to proceed without the standard checks. Earlier this year, George acquired $400 million of debt from Odyssey, one of the largest radio operators in the U.S., potentially giving him control over major stations like WFAN and 1010 Winds in New York and K-Rock in Los Angeles. Critics argue that this media reach, broadcasting.
Note the names of those cities. It's pulling up everywhere, all across the country. And you all have seen these videos where you see like they stitch together 100 local network news and they're all saying the exact same things. This is how it works. This is how the anti-whites make it happen.
To over 160.
You get rid of Soros and you don't address anti-whiteism, there'll be another anti-white in his place.
55 million Americans could allow him to shape public discourse ahead of November. FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr, who voted against the deal, criticized the decision, pointing out the unprecedented nature of the waiver. Carr questioned why such an exception was made just before a national election, hinting at the potential political motivations.
Thank God, we elect these Republicans so that they can question why these anti-white things are happening. Because all that really needs to be done is it being questioned.
Just weeks.
Okay. So there you have her take on that. Let's see we'll just take a quick look at the news. We'll keep rolling. How are you all enjoying the comedy? Because everything I'm saying here is just comedy. How are you all enjoying it? Is it a good comedic night? for you? Are you enjoying the comedy? I try to make everybody. Anglo-Saxon NWG is here. Ivan is here. Let's see a real quick look as we pull this up on the news. House oversight probes FCC's expedited approval. How many times do we have to watch the Do you remember when the Republicans controlled the Senate, the House, and the presidency and did jack squat? You remember that? Back in the 2010s when we had that Tea Party thing. By the way, you know what the Tea Party, they argued that what we should do is we should educate people and we should infiltrate. Just another one of those big groups. Actually, it was a collection of groups. It was a movement. And they made that same exact argument. We need to We need to educate the voters. This is what they do in my brain because they're on strings. Because they're they're just tards. They're like, man, educate. And then we need to get them infiltrated into the different groups. Okay? That's what we should do. AOC is here, loving a Sunday with no white guilt and white well-being family. Thank you for saying that. Everyone loves being around me. If it isn't the genius that's reaching you, maybe you struggle there. If it isn't the bravado that is backed up with power, with puissance, potent power. If it isn't that, then of course it is that sex appeal that I inflict upon you all. Westman Archetype is here. Hello, good to see you. Oh, we have somebody. Whoa, we got somebody now. We might have somebody by the name of John in the live chat says, multiracial Jew hater. What is that? Let's see. Do you have some other comments that were choice? Let's see. Do you dare challenge your emperor? Let me see. Anna, she says, I've been saying that voting is pointless. Yeah, we're not going to take back our destiny with voting or violence. It's the moral tapestry. 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 I mean, how many times you got to say this for that? I mean, I could just see them now. This is the rest of the socio-political concern for Western civilization, white people. And these are crayon. Educate. It's the moral tapestry. Educate. Okay, so maybe John was not coming at me. Or maybe he was. I don't know. We'll see. John tagged me as no white guilt. If you want to come at me. First Laz said anti-white staplers. To what, brother? To what? Samuski says he thinks that the woman cut me off to cause me to hit her to get the insurance company. I don't think in her case, but I think in that other case that happened to me before, I think that was indeed what was trying to be done by that guy. No, I think this was just like this totally entitled, I got my jobs, white man. She just cut off. This is her exit. She's just going to take it. Doesn't matter who's in the way. Get out the way. And there you have the great Slaughtz coming in and telling John to tag me. with any questions or comments. Thank you, brother. Spartan is here. Hyperborean Dream is here. Mr. Blank is here. Herman, I think I said hello to you before. Devil's Advocate is here. Speak up. Speak up. Red Dog is in the house. We're going to read more about this. We're going to read more about Soros, George Soros. Did I put it up on the screen yet? It's on the screen. House Oversight probes. Let's see. The Federal Communications, FCC, expedited a decision to allow Democrat megadonor, anti-white, George Soros to obtain a major stake in more than 200 radio stations, a move the House Oversight Committee is investigating amid concerns of politicization and interference in 2024 election. So here's the thing. Is Soros going to begin immediately advertising pro, whether implicit, explicit, pro Kamala, anti-Trump? Probably. If Trump is seated and they don't steal it, is Soros going to use these stations and maybe more over the next 4 years to prevent Trump and the American people from getting what they want? Absolutely. Is Soros going to use these stations to tell everybody that the election wasn't stolen? If it is, he will. If it's stolen, he will use these 200 plus stations to tell everybody that it wasn't stolen. And if you say it was, the Gestapo, the East German police, the FBI scum, and the like are going to come and pick you up. They're going to come do a little investigation. Absolutely. Do you all know? I mean, George, he is as evil as it gets. Soros, of an anti-white. He's like, Ukraine, 15 years at Ukraine, buying 250 stations just prior to the election. I want to speak with Senator Palpatine. Can I speak to? I just shit myself. I shit myself. That's George Soros. That is literally. I know for a moment you thought, holy shit, how did Jason get George Soros to come on his show? It was actually me. It was actually me doing an impersonation of George Soros. I know it was really accurate. FCC seemingly approved a deal that would permit anti-white billionaire acquisition of more. And so let me just, do any of you recall Citizens United? 2010. Does anybody recall the Supreme Court in the Citizens United case? And somebody can correct me if I have some or part of this wrong. Is this working over here? Yes. Citizens United, 2010, roughly. I think it was a conservative group. I think it was a Republican group. It was that wanted to run ads against Hillary Clinton. And they were prevented from doing so. They took it to the Supreme Court. And they said, we want to be able to run these ads as this organization with all of these big moneyed people dumping money into it. And the Supreme Court said, yes, you can do that. That was it for us. You say, but wasn't it a Republican conservative? Yes. It was in it for the people of America, because that meant that organizations, things that aren't people, could donate limitless money to campaigns. Limitless money. Billionaires could donate limitless money to campaigns. So you're like, I'm going to give my $5. I'm going to donate my $10. Soros can throw in $1 billion. He can donate any amount he wants as a consequence of Citizens United. So, if Trump and the Republicans, if they really want to give some of the power back to the people, you have to prevent these entities from being able to participate in politics. Just look up Citizens United. If Trump and Vance and them aren't talking about it, well, they don't care for your participation in politics. So now, because of Citizens United, a consequence of a Republican entity wanting to run anti-Hillary ads, if I have that right, if I recall that right, 2010, as a consequence of that, this anti-white monster, George Soros, can put any sum of money. Is that really what our founding fathers intended? When they created the Republic of the United States, did they really intend for people who are mortal gods compared to other voters to be able to participate? What is the future of politics if not the servicing of the absolute wealthiest explicitly? But because of that, you have this. So we can track this arc all the way to this point. If you've noticed, maybe now you're saying to yourself, you know what, Jason? Ever since around 2010 moving forward, I have noticed that the wealthier and wealthier individuals and entities, legal fictions, have played bigger and bigger roles. And the people, smaller and smaller roles. You remember, I was telling people, and isn't this just remarkable, that I was a very young man. Unfortunately, I didn't have a several thousands of brain damaged, pork rind eaten, basement dwelling half boys, quasi boys to follow me and amplify and vex everybody, just nettle everybody who won't talk to me. I didn't have that. But I was out there saying there's no use for decades. There's no use in playing in politics, because politics is a game of money. So whoever has the most money is going to win it, even in an environment where we can just logically create a fictitious environment for the purpose of evaluating in a laboratory what happens in a political sphere, in a political campaign, for the purpose of just putting it into the lab, taking anti-whiteism completely out of it. Politics ends up being a game of money. So whoever has the most money wins. That was before Citizens United. That was before Citizens United. And that was reality. Now, look what we have. And we still have, you can go to the edgiest socio-political meetups. People concerned, white sympathetics, like the one I went to the other day. And there are the people that many of you and many in the white sympathetic sphere, you know their names. You think that they are absolute geniuses, and they support political parties. They won't allow me to speak. They get in the way of me sharing the Go Free lexicon and dialectical power, the Go Free dialogic. They prevent that but they will tell you to support another new political party. It has not been an option for white people since before they were born. But they're academic peacocks. They have a strange accent or whatever it might be. So yeah, listen to them. They're genteel. Jason's rough around the edges. Jason gets really angry. Jason sometimes uses a cuss word or two. Don't you know that our white males are supposed to be gelded? Don't you know that our white males are supposed to be effete and gelded? No, our white males are supposed to be men. They're supposed to be brilliant and masculine. That's what they're supposed to be. So if you find a guy out there that's masculine, no brilliance, doesn't fit the bill. You find a guy out there that's intelligent, no masculinity, doesn't fit the bill. Fuck's sake, white race. Jason talks about how good he is at copulating. Who would do that? Who would brag about that? Who would? Meanwhile, that guy's wife is like, you know it. So that's how we get here. Politics is a game of money. I go over there, wherever you are in Western civilization. How many people in the UK, especially before the divorce, how many people in the UK slandered me? It's going to be a party. It's going to be a party. We're going to have a political party. You are just trying to get in the way. You must be a Joe. That's the problem. What happened to your political party? Was Jason right? You've not shown up to apologize, you fucking curs. How about all the ones in the United States? About this other a Nazi political party? Big respect still shown. These people. Jason was right. They were wrong. Respect shown to them. Wow. You deserve, white race, you deserve the ass pummeling that you get. You deserve it. Because I've been here. The Knights of the White Table have been here. We had the same thing. It was another political party in Sweden. And I was like, give it your best, whatever. I don't think it's going to work. It's not going to work. It's a game of money. We have to deal with the moral tapestry. You're not going to be able to be violent. You're not going to be able. You're just de-escalating. Jason is a de-escalator. Obviously, he's don't you know he lives right near Langley? That clearly makes him CIA. I wish we had more CIA officers. I wish we had more FBI. I wish we had more law enforcement. I wish we had more generals. I wish we had more and less of you. Less of your trailer trash loser asses. We don't need poor, inbred trailer trash losers. We need winners. We need people who own super yachts. Jesus Christ. All right. So there you have. It's Senator Palpatine here. It's Senator Palpatine. Wait, is that some property that's owned by my people? Yeah, let's steal it. Yeah, let's take it. Yeah. Awesome guy. All right, what's this rumor about Trump and his airplane, Trump Force One? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Red Dog says, yeah, but Jason, exotic accent though. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but he's got a strange accent. June says, amen. Red Dog says, Soros is Senator Palpatine. That's how he's trying to fool you all, because he actually is asking for himself. Anti-whiteism ends with you, says you should do gym, YT, TikTok videos before, during, after workouts, talking about nutrition, diet would be a good way to draw in large audience to discover go free videos, 15 minutes or less. I was thinking about doing stuff like that. I came across, we're going to get into Trump's colonoscopy here in a moment, which, by the way, I had a medical procedure the other day myself. And I was in bed. And don't worry, I'm okay. Everything's fine. And I'm in bed, and I had 3 females, young females around me. This is like every night in bed for me. And 3 young females around me in their early 20s. And I got one here, I got one there, and I got one there. And they're all telling me, they're like, everything is good. You're looking so good. We're reading your vitals. They're wonderful. We love your vitals, they said. How are you doing? How are you feeling? They asking me for my happy place. And I'm like, this is it. This is it. I'm in bed with 3 20-somethings. This is it. They're like laughing and everything. And then I'm waking up and I'm coming to. And I'm there on the bed, and wouldn't you know it, like a female, she shows up, young one, female, she's there. And she's like, would you like water and graham crackers? And I'm like, yes, please. Water and graham crackers. And she brings me water and graham crackers, and I'm chowing on. And these are golden graham. These are good. These are perfect. Everyone says graham crackers. I'm eating them. I go right through the bag in a second. Bing, I'm done. Bing, I'm done with the bag. And another female shows up. Another early 20s. So all of these, very nice, fit. And she shows up and she's like, oh, you've run out of graham crackers. Can I get you some more graham crackers? And I'm like, yes, I will have more. She scurries off and comes back, more graham crackers. I go through, and she take the bag with you, I say. And she takes the bag, and I'm eating the graham crackers. Again, they're golden. I'm going through these golden graham crackers. They're delicious. The best graham crackers I've ever had. And then another female shows up. Early 20s. She's fit. And she shows up and she says, oh, you are out of graham crackers. Would you like another? And I was like, yes, I would like another bag of graham crackers. I get more and more fiendish as I purloin each new bag of graham crackers. And so I say, take the bag. She takes the bag of graham crackers, and I'm eating the golden graham crackers, and I'm going through the bag, and I eat the bag of graham crackers. And a 4th female shows up. Oh, you've run out of graham crackers. Can I get you more graham crackers? And at this point, I had become a total fiend, and I was like, yes, I will have more graham crackers. She brings me another bag of graham crackers. And I devour the graham crackers. I'm only paying for 1 bag. But that's what happens. I'm thinking about it. I was recommended. By the way, I'm always recommended this guy on Twitter. Let me see. I might even just be able to pull up Twitter and see if he shows up again. I just forgot his name again. Let's see. It's like literally every other time almost I pull up Twitter. And they're like, hey, would you like to follow this guy? Starbuck. That's his name. Bada bing. Bada boom. They're recommending Starbuck. Why are they always recommending this guy to me? So this guy, speak up if you're one of the guys. If you're the guy who had the back and forth. So Starbuck is out there and he's like, watch out for the wokies. This company is full of DEI. And so one of our guys show up, one of our swashbucklers, and recommends nicely, hey, might want to think about using anti-white and anti-whiteism because these are superior than calling them the names of their taking. And this guy with like this colossal account decides to respond. And he says, I've had more victories than you'll ever imagine. Now, that's how somebody who is in this to save children talks. Isn't it? I thought he and his wife were all about just saving the babies. which is a wonderful thing. If that's real, then that's there. But if that's really his motivation, then why wouldn't he just take on board any recommendation? Why wouldn't he just say, thank you, I'll consider it? Instead, it's, I've had more victories than you'll ever imagine, he comes back with. So then I responded to this clown and I said, hey, in a nice way, I said, hey, anti-whiteism, if you use these, this is just a way to make your victories last, because they'll just change the names. Wouldn't you know it? Days later, Fox News publishes their article about all of these universities rebranding DEI, not getting rid of anything, just like Ford and Harley and all these different groups that he's claiming big victories over, because now they're going to address their DEI. And we looked at all of this video. Yeah, fuck you all that know about me and the work that I'm doing and the work that this community does. Fuck you seriously, from my heart with passion. From my heart with passion for hearing what we do and sticking with the garbage that fails. So I tagged that. I clipped that on there. He doesn't respond to me. But they recommend him. Twitter recommends him for the 10,000th time to me. So I finally click on his account. I'm like, what is the deal? Why do they recommend him endlessly to me? And I open it up and he's like, taking on DEI, addressing the issue with child exploitation or whatever. And I'm like, all right, the child exploitation, good. I'm with that. DEI, stupid. They're just changing it. Inclusive growth. And then you'll be right in your bio, taking on inclusive growth. And then I noticed something that really stood out to me. Proud to be Puerto Rican. Kind of funny how so many of the conservative and Republican leaders that are put in our faces for us to be leaders, to be our leaders, to be our champions, are not healthy, straight, white males. You ever notice that? Healthy, straight, masculine, intelligent males. They're like hen's teeth. No, we got this Puerto Rican that he'll never speak out against anti-whiteism. Never. Now, as I look at him, I would conclude, at least good from far, maybe far from good, that he's a white Puerto Rican. But my guess is that he is seeing the Hispanic non-white in himself. And so combating anti-whiteism is something that he and his wife are just not really interested in. He's willing to deign to come down and tell a swashbuckler in our community with how many followers do you have? 100, 500? So this guy with like 1 million followers is going to come down and say, I got more victories than you'll ever have. No, he's anti-white. So it's odd, isn't it? It's odd. They just keep pushing them in your face. Here's your next leader. Here's your next dilettantish female. Here's your next, like that. There's a white guy too, totally flamboyantly attracted to men. That doesn't inspire leadership. They keep putting him in my face every day. Follow him, and his videos are too long. There's no way anybody's watching these videos all the way to the end. And he's sharing decent enough information, but he's not totally conservative or nationalistic. So I don't know why I would keep pushing it in my face. But his mannerisms and his voice are just absolute turnoffs. And there's no way that no one's going to follow the daintyisms of the Infuego. Okay? It's just not going to happen. Masculine, I don't give a shit who you find an attraction to. Masculine leadership is what the white race needs. That's what we follow. You see women, you don't think leader. You think something I need to protect. You see a guy in fuego and you think, maybe he's got some points there. You don't see heroic fight through the flames of the anti-white hell that we are compelled to live in. And this is what they put in front of us all day long. Cuban, proud to be Cuban. Well, I am proud to say that I have no Cuban in my genetic heritage. Zero. I am Westman. I am a Western kind. How do you feel about that, Starbuck? But I would just, to this point, we got to get to the next item so we can keep rolling. To this point, there's this white guy, older white guy, former, I think maybe he was former, maybe Green Beret or something like this. Now he's all old. He's still in good shape. And they push him on me. Finally, I'm like, okay, let me have a look at this guy's account. And I'm like, what the hell? Colossal following. And I say many hundreds of thousands. So I say, all right, obviously has to be total lack of substance. My God, he can hardly talk. He can hardly string a sentence together, but he has a gigantic audience. And he does things, takes videos of himself, like walking around barefoot in the driveway, doing pull-ups outside, punching a punching bag, saying guy stuff. He's got super expensive rig for camping and for fishing. Where did he get this money? You were in, maybe you're getting paid off by these platforms. You're getting rich. You're not getting that money from this stipend that the government is paying you after being in the military. You don't have all this. He's got I think there's like a Road Runner in the garage, or GTO in the garage. All this cool shit. All in a pretty nice house. All this cool stuff. Videos of him shooting. Videos of him working out. Fucking a total dearth of anything valuable to say. I'm not kidding you. The guy's like, in one interview, the guy's like, what do you think about books? I'm not, and this is really the tier of this nationalistic conservatism that gets 1 million followers or 700,000, whatever it is, working on its way. This is, what do you think about books? I mean, was this like a Kamala question? Books are fun. Books are fun. Cause you can cover in them. I make a drawing. What do you think about books? You know what he says? The smell. Now, mind you, I love the smell of books. But the question is about books, library, reading, the information communicated. He's like, the smell. You go to the library, there's a smell. And books have a smell to them. And that was all he had to say. Not like there are some magnificent tomes that the white race has written. And there's a real threat. They're being deleted. They're all being digitized where they can be deleted from where they can be amended, where they can be, what's that word? Bowdlerized. They can be bowdlerized. What's the really proper word for that? Bowdlerized is sort of a slang. It'll come back to me. So they could be bowdlerized. So we could be deprived of these, and then maybe begin to talk about some of his most cherished. Maybe talk about Blake's poetry. Maybe we could talk about maybe Karl von Clausewitz on war. We could say, no. He hasn't read shit. He's got nothing, and more power to, that's wonderful. He's not a reader. Fine. We are beyond, actually well beyond, sitting down. And I would not have gone through that period in my life if I hadn't had all these luminaries telling me that you had to do that. We have all the information we now need. We've got it all. We just have to actually do. Now is the time to do. 700,000 plus followers. So I was thinking, but then, I was wondering, I could do a bunch of videos. Maybe I will. Videos, working out, shooting, working on the car, working on the lawnmower, whatever it is. But I'd be inclined to think, and maybe I will do them, but that the anti-whites are just going to censor me. Whereas somebody who is totally innocuous and as insipid intellectually can garner 700 plus thousand followers, that, reams and reams of basic bitch mid-wit guys out there are like, totally badass. Thank you for being here, man. Rock on, man things. That when it comes to me doing the exact same things, they'll say, no one will be allowed to see that. No one will be allowed. And when people respond to it, we'll just delete their comments. Then they'll conclude that Jason is deleting their comments and whatever. This is how the anti-whites operate. Linda's here. Great to see you. Stumbling is here. Coming at you with a white heart salute. Same to you, brother. Cass is here. Great to see you. Tor Hund is here. Epiphany is here. Great to see you all. Well, let's get on to our next news item. Before we run out of time, who knows how long we'll be here tonight. Trump Force One. Rumors spread of Mexican cartel plotting Trump assassination. Rumors about a third alleged assassination. By the way, let's just point out, have any of you, I haven't yet, have any of you seen any major news sources discussing this at all? Is this just completely a rumor started on Twitter? Is there any legitimacy to this? Now, I will tell you, before I even dig into the story, that drug cartels own SAMs, surface-to-air missiles. They've owned them for a very long time. They've purchased them from countries, look into it for yourself, from countries like the United States, from China, from Russia. They own SAMs, surface-to-air missiles of various types. They own them. They don't have to go buy them from Israel. So just get that out of the way. They don't need a partnership with Israel to want to prevent Trump from coming to office. The drug cartels dominate Central and South America because they are ruthless monsters. They will kill you. They will cut your head off. They will torture you. They will torture your family. That's why you have to kill every one of them. You can't just put them in jail. You have to kill every single drug cartel owner, operator, member, every one of them. And they are now populating the United States, thanks to anti-whites in the Democrat Party. That's why no punishment is too severe for them. So they are at the point where they could say to themselves, now is the time to take out another politician like they are wont to do, another businessman, another politician, as they do in Central and South America. So you can thank anti-whites for this. Rumors about a third alleged assassination plot targeting Donald Trump have emerged on social media, claiming that 9 surface-to-air missiles have been smuggled into the U.S. to strike Trump's private plane Trump Force One. Ann Vandersteel, a right-wing journalist and host. So you know what this sounds like? This sounds like another conspiracy theory female that gets massive views. Is that who this is? Is this another? This sounds like another version of Q to me. I mean, is Trump facing a colonic? Is Trump's plane facing a colonic? Are we going to see a massive shitting? Or is this another Q-tard? You remember when all of that was going on? And I went, what was that one woman was? Nancy. What was her last name? And they had these colossal followings on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. Absolutely colossal. Of all of these brain-dead white people who all wanted to sit around and talk about the hints and the tips about Q and what could be going on and what's the next conspiracy and what could be the conspiracy behind. And this woman would get you in and she would say, okay, let me tell this like 45-year-old, like absolutely just dried up female. I mean, talk about the desert. Talk about the desert. And she's like, and she's got that boy haircut, 45 years of age, desiccated. And she's like, let me tell you now what's going on. And all of these guys who have learned to be good little, talk about the first story, the linkage to the first story, that have learned to be good little boys for these females. They're like, God bless you. God bless you for this work. What work? Work. What work is going on? You're buying her merch. You're paying her. She's got sport luxury vehicles. Do you know that? Through the ad revenue sharing. She's down in goddamn like Sarasota and she's got like a big drink, margarita. She's like, you're not, you know what's happening next with Q? You know what's happening next? It's working out real well for you. Maybe this is the next Q. Boy, I tell you, the anti-whites, they don't need help steering the white race to oblivion. It is so gullible and stupid. Somebody tell me, Ann Vandersteel, how big is her account? And what's her show? Somebody get to me here. Tag me as No White Guilt. This is interactive, damn it. Interactive. I want to know, is this another big conspiracy conservatard? Is that who we're dealing with? She came up with another story, no connection to anything. I don't know. I haven't even read the story yet. I could just smell the fish, if you know what I mean. You know, that happens. Things rot when they are left to rot. Ugh. Ugh. Jeez. Now I know why some guys are attracted to guys. And host of Operation Burning Eagle. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. Ann Vandersteel, right-wing journalist and host of Operation Burning Eagle. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's Burning Edge. Sorry. Operation Burning Edge. We're on the burning edge. Lightning. Poorly done graphics slide in behind. There are like 30 white guys behind there doing all their social media, and they're working like the little trolls they are, the little hamsters with their little legs on the wheels. And she's like, good, hamster boy. Good. Spin that wheel, hamster boy. You know what's disturbing about that is there are probably pornos called Hamster Boy. The claims on X, formerly known as Twitter, on September 26, quote, intelligence just in from the southern border that 9 surface-to-air missiles have been smuggled into the U.S. across the New Mexico border intended to target Trump Force One. Van der Steel wrote. I might have to tap in. We might have to make fun of some of her show. Van der Steel also suggested the missiles could be of Iranian origin. Oh, give me a fucking break. Iran would be the last country to want to kill Trump. Listen, the Iranian leaders want to live. They have demonstrated this for your whole life. They still want to live. If they killed Trump, they would all die. They know that. They're not crazy. You might say, I know a lot of cucks are like, they love to say, they're like, but they're crazy. That's like the hit single for Vegetable Land is they're crazy. They could be crazy, but they are intelligent and concerned with their preservation enough to have worked from wherever they were to wherever they are. So they want to be alive. Their efforts to get to the top demonstrate they want to be alive. And they know, and they've demonstrated, I can't even, how much have they put up with? I mean, seriously, how much? And I'm not on their side. Fuck them. I'm just objectively looking at it. They have demonstrated a restraint of a cherub. Why? Not because they're good, just because they want to be alive. You know they're not good. So what else could it be but wanting to be alive? My God. So they would be the last people to send missiles in to be connected to an assassination. All of the claims. Now, there are a lot of vested interests out there to want to say that it's Iran. Iran plots to kill President Trump. I would, if I had to bet, I would say if there are external efforts that the CIA is legitimately coming across that appear to be Iranian, that those are Mossad. Because it is in Israel's interest to obliterate Iran. I get it. Sure, I get that. And so we need to be smart and say, that's funny. It's a good one, Israel. Good one, knock it off. Not falling for that shit. You know, if Trump ends up dead by Iran, it will be the Mossad. That's reality. Now, in my opinion. Now, there are other vested interests. A lot of conservatives are Zionists. A lot of conservatives work for Zionists. And so it's in their interest to say it's Iran because they want ire directed at Iran. You have a great many. We could just go on and on. I'm not going to because you're too stupid to even understand. So there are a great many of these dynamical forces in society that have vested interests for and against. And the outcome is going to be that Iran will be slandered and blamed as the substance of the attack on Iran. That's the end of it. These people don't want Iran, or they wouldn't mind, but they're not power holders pulling strings. You know, get your heads out of your asses. Could there be some sort of super high-end, led by the CIA and other secret apparati who are getting ready to stage something? So there could, and you won't know it. You won't be able to predict it. Van der Steel won't be able to predict it. No one will know because you all are too dumb. You know, go back to bagging the groceries and stop concerning yourself with what people with 150 IQs and tech that you can't even fathom and input from spy agencies and the Five Eyes, and you could just go on and on. Stop concerning yourself with what they're able to do. You can't figure it out. Deal with what you can deal with. Your life, your family, your workplace. We have the tools for that to make you a winner there. Good God. Because I can already see the writing on the wall. Iran is working with drug cartels to kill Trump. Horse shit. Iran is not working. I don't know. I haven't read this. I might be wrong. I'm getting ahead of myself. I started off not in the best place today. Not in the best place. But that's 100% not the case. 100%. Vandersteel also suggested actually for me, the funniest thing of this entire stream was at the very beginning of that sentence, Vandersteel also suggested the missiles could be from Iran and that the operation, okay, so there you have, linked to Sinaloa cartel, and she had to name one to make it sound more, tangible instead of just a drug cartel or cartels. So, horseshit, the drug cartels already have surface-to-air missiles. They don't have to get new ones from Iran unless you're trying to implicate Iran. Can we say that we've probably found ourselves here another Judeo-centric individual? Except in this case, Anne is a worshiper of Jews. We got to deal with them both, don't we? I mean, what in the world's going on? For years, I got to deal with them both sides. The heroes in this community, so many of them they had great purblind. They were able, or blind sight rather, they were able to see, and they were coming already, and they've had to deal with it. It's just like you got the Judeo-centric lovers, worshipers, and the Judeo-centric haters, anti-Jews. I mean, no. How about no? Okay. So, and there's New Mexico border intended to target Trump Force One. And so saying New Mexico border, some more tangibility. So if you're a thinking person, you need reason and logic before an appeal to evidence. Okay, do we have to go back to school? Maybe you never learned this in school. Maybe it didn't ever occur to you. It's an IQ thing. But you have to have reason and logic have to argue in favor of a case before an appeal to evidence. So I can dismiss her claim right now. Absolutely. Now, the broad midwittery out there won't be able to dismiss it, because where they get baffled here with the charlatan take is the tangibles: New Mexico, Iran, Sinaloa. Ignore all of that. Does it make sense for Iran to kill Trump? Republicans would win the presidency, and the United States would go to war with Iran and kill everybody in charge. So, does it make sense? Would Iran do it? Obviously, no. So, who cares where you got it from? Vandersteel further speculated, no shit, she further speculated that an operation of this scale would likely require insider help from high-level officials. Well, there you go. We're really getting into the Q business again. I think Vandersteel found her groove, possibly within the intelligence community or the Department of Justice. So what she's done right there, look at, this is the creating of another Q. She is connecting this wild speculation with that will induce a great amount of fear and concern with something that you, as a conservative or a patriot, a nationalist, are already concerned with. And that is the corruption in the secret services of the United States. Now, for midwits, that clicks. They literally hear a quick click. They're reading or they're listening, and then it's like, and they go,
Well, must be true. Martha, come in here. And she's like, why, Bill? I just heard a click. Must be true. Her post has since gone viral. No shit. Because Twitter is an enemy of the white race. Because they help everybody but those who help white people. You get on Twitter and you want to be anti-Jew and you go viral. You get on Twitter and you want to promote people who are anti-Jew, this multiracial anti-Jew movement, you go viral. Millions of views on tweets, hundreds and hundreds, millions of followers, you go viral. I know they complain a lot. It's a lot of complaints for a lot of virality on Twitter and a lot of followers. You complain about blacks as a people, you go viral. You complain about Arabs as a people, you go viral. You focus on white people, you get censored, throttled, and shut down on Twitter. It's fascinating. On the Free Speech Network. Intelligence just in. Look, breaking. All hands on deck. Fuck you, Anne. Seriously, look at this verbiage. Oh, shit. There we go. Or will it open it? Is it? No, it's not. Oh, it is. It's highlighted for you. All hands on deck. All hands on deck. You're not doing anything. Hello. You're not doing anything. All hands on deck to do what? That implies that sailors have to come to meet the challenge at hand. All hands on deck. The alarm goes off. Marine, all hands on deck. You run up there, you get to attention, you got to get to your job. These people don't have jobs to do for the well-being of our people and the country. You're not doing anything, but that's the kind of verbiage they use. Just listen, go get your folding lawn chairs and go sit out with your cheap-ass beer and wine, boxed wine, and complain about it. You're not doing anything. And people like Anne could redeem themselves by coming across us and retweeting us and then telling her audience, hey, these people, you really need to listen to them. This would mark the third assassination attempt linked to Trump in 2024. The rumors of right-wing journalist Laura Logan, oh God, that Trump's plane is the next target for assassination with 3 kill teams. Quote, 3 kill teams already inside the U.S. Vandersteel did not provide evidence. No shit. But you know what's interesting is all of these white girls of both sexes, especially like 30 years and older, they're going to be out there with those weird plastic colored cups. Some of them are translucent. You know the ones I'm talking about. They're going to be sipping that shit and talking to you. You know what's going on, really. You know what's going on. It's all hands on deck. We gotta, get to it. To what? It. Well, what is it? And then all of a sudden from like the background, Peter. And he's like, hold on. He drops his drink and goes hustling off to make sure she doesn't get upset. As of now, neither the FBI nor the Secret Service has confirmed or denied any active assassination plot against Trump. Well, no shit. They're anti-white. And all of this is happening because all of these systems are anti-white. They just had that guy at it's so funny. Here I am saying this years and years and years, decades. And the Congress, they look out into the world and they're like, who should we talk to? Who should we talk to? Let's bring on a sniper, of a guy who held a job as a sniper, to ask for his opinion about whether or not Trump is safe, about whether or not these teams, Secret Service, etc., are going to be able to protect Trump. This guy, what does he know? He's trained. He was a sniper. What does he know? Nothing. He does get it right, because most people are going to get right that these different entities are not going to protect Trump, that they cannot protect Trump, that Trump's going to need his own protection. But I could tell you, I could tell America, I could tell the totality of the House exactly why. But I won't be getting a call. So no need to get worried, anti-whites. They're not going to be reaching out to me. Let's keep rolling with the fun, because confirmed. Mass murderer Nasrallah dead. Media mourn. Biden wants ceasefire. I said in the title that his eyeballs were found. Nothing is found. He's dust. I was kidding. Nasrallah is dust, and good, because he was an animal. He was a piece of shit, and I hope he is burning in hell. And I condole with his family for their loss. The Israeli Defense Forces declared Saturday, and Hezbollah confirmed, that terrorist mass murderer Hassan Nasrallah has been killed in an airstrike Friday. Looks like the kind of guy that you'd like to have as your neighbor. Don't worry, the anti-whites are going to ensure that he's your neighbor. Somebody that looks just like him. Killed in an airstrike Friday evening in his headquarters, deep under civilian buildings in Beirut. That is with white technology. White bunker busting, created, invented, built bombs. White technology, laser-guided systems. White technology in the aircraft, built in the aircraft. White everything. You're welcome. When are the Jews going to thank me? I know that there are certain Jews out there that have no problem blaming me for mistreatment of Jews. So I'm just waiting for the gratitude. When do I get the gratitude? Slaughtz says, but Jason, it's easier to act as an effeminate pansy, to slant the image of the villain to non-threatening, than be excellent, to slant perception of white well-being. Perfectly written, hero. God bless you. All right. Somebody trying to talk to me, challenge me? Who is it? All right. Somebody, Truth Slinger says he doesn't like ties. Well, your taste, I can appreciate that you don't like ties. Perhaps you've never tied a woman's wrists together with a tie before. I can understand. But ties are wonderful things. They have many uses and they look magnificent. Your position that this tie does not look magnificent is a demonstration that aesthetically you are ignorant. That's just my opinion of your aesthetics, because I am absolutely magnificent. The tie is beautiful and has many uses. But let's see what else. Promethean Kitchen is with us. With a woman like her, I'm not exactly surprised that some men are gay either. Jay Bishop says Promethean greetings. Thunder is in the house. I heard the thunder when he came in. That No White Guilt guy is pretty good, he says. First Last says, Jason has no Cuban in him. It's exactly right. No Cuban heritage. 100% Westman. Although there have been plenty of Cuban ladies that would like to have Jason in them. Can't help but have your women want us. That's the way it is. Interpolate. Yes. Westman positivity. Yes. Well spoken. Interpolate. Westman Positivity said, that was Homeless Bear. I did a bit on that thread as well. Western Positivity said, I dislike that Starbuck. He was rude to Homeless Bear. So the great Homeless Bear jumped over there to help out this Cuban, proud Cuban, and he decided to come down from all his massive follower count to tell Homeless Bear that he's done more. That, by the way, Starbuck, you haven't done shit. They just, as far as anti-whiteism and what they name it is concerned, because they just changed the name. You were outflanked. You were outthought. You should have listened to the white guy. Maybe you should have shut up and listened to the white guy. By the way, can we just take a look at Cuba? Maybe you need to shut up. Maybe we could just take a look at Cuba and you need to shut your mouth when a white man is talking in the room. Maybe that's what needs to happen. You come all the way down to insult a guy with the follower count, a swashbuckling hero. You've done more. They just changed the name. Cuba. Proud Cuban. Get some respect. You're in America, motherfucker. First Last said, blessed be the tie that binds. Precisely. Oh, okay. So this guy, apparently he doesn't want to chat. He doesn't want to tag me. He says that Trump supporters are stupid. Boy, this community. How are we looking at him? Trump supporters are stupid. They're stupid. Oh boy. Special type of vegetable. What type of special vegetable are you? Do you come in the short bus vegetable pack? Probably. Special type of vegetable. If you support Trump, you're stupid. Must be a real winner. Never used a tie for anything other than an art project on his neck. Nancy Drew is with us. Hello, Nancy. Dennis says, neophyte troll. Indeed. Neophyte troll. Tyro. He's busy thinking, I'm going to look that up. I don't think those are real words. Like, could you imagine? It's just such a funny thing to see people crawling around in the anti-white narrative, and they're looking up at us passing through like the 2D world. And remember Flatland, the book we talked about it years ago, and we pass through and they're like, politics is just two-dimensional. It's just you're for this candidate or you're for that candidate, and the policies they're going to implement or not implement, and that's all there is to it. That's the only way to understand it. And we're just like, I can see you naked. I can see actually inside of you from the dimension that I'm in. I can see inside of your house, your body. I can see your organs from the dimension I'm in. And how much more evidence, if you are applying the Go Free dialogic, how much more evidence do you need when you see this kind of thing, when you transition to our story and you see how it works, and then you're able to see the anti-white narrative for what it is, and you see these people and how benighted they are in that narrative, you don't need more evidence. It's sort of like you take on magical or godly powers. And in a very real sense, in application, you do. That's one of the reasons why the words that we implement are spells. That's how we're able to talk about them that way. That's why, like, hyphenating, where we say not to hyphenate, undermines the spell. It undermines the magic. It weakens the magic or completely invalidates it. These words are important. They are the actual essence of white magic in the manner by which we fight back against our victimization, against our victimizer. You can't show up here and then say, well, I'm jealous of the no white guilt guy. I haven't gotten to tie a girl up with my tie before. No girl would want me to do that to her. Every girl would call the police if I did that to her. If I tied her up and then gave her a what for and then did what I wanted to do to her, I'd go to jail. I can't do that like no white guilt can. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to take I'm just going to purloin some of these concepts, and I'm just going to change them a little bit. Right? How many times do we got to see that? Well, you change them, you weaken or invalidate them. And yes, no woman is going to allow them to do that to you. So don't try. You'll go to jail. You've got to want them to do that. As Breitbart News reported, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu approved the airstrikes from his hotel room in New York City, then addressed the United Nations General Assembly while the mission was being carried out. Netanyahu left a press conference, apparently after being informed of the attack, in which bunker-busting bombs exploded underneath buildings in southern Beirut, and the devastation. Nasrallah's death could not be confirmed at that point because they hadn't found the dust of his body, the guts of it, the actual guts of it. Good. I spit on that vile anti-white terrorist who killed white Americans as well. So I hope, I don't care at all if they totally depopulate southern Lebanon so that they can move their people back into northern Israel. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I also don't think that I would not put a lot of weight on Israel trying to goad Iran into war, because Israel knows that the leadership doesn't want to die. I mean, how many affronts to the dignity of Iran do the Israelis have to commit and not conclude that Iran is not going to start World War III? Give me a break. What is most logical, and it really doesn't even matter for us, because where are we to be able to meddle in these things, is that Israel is going to push back all life in southern Lebanon so that they don't have to worry about missiles and raids across the border and etc. hitting Israelis. So I hope that all of the innocent people in Lebanon get away from all of this, because I want innocent people to not be harmed. But as far as Hezbollah, oh well, red finger paint. Red finger paint. The IDF said tentatively that it believe. Oh, come on. Nasrallah had been killed together with other leaders of Hezbollah, but Iranian news sources pushed misinformation to West. Oh, shut up. Who cares? Like, you're going to tell me what Iran is doing? Give me a break. I would just as soon believe Iran telling me what you're doing. Shut up. The Associated Press described Nasrallah as a pragmatist, downplaying his culpability in mass murder in Syria and elsewhere. It obscured his commitment to destroying Israel. Oh, right. Who cares? Nasrallah, 64, rose to lead the Iranian-backed terror group as it carried out an insurgency. You have people, what did they fight in 82 and like 90? Where was this? 97? When did they fight? And people are like, well, Hezbollah is like a legitimate fighting force. They were able to fight Israel to a standstill. Israel has all of these American weapons, including radiological, chemical, biological weapons that they're not supposed to have. And so there was no chance. And what's being demonstrated now is there is no chance. I've been saying this all along. So where are the apologies? Where are the people showing up talking about how right I am? Where are the swarms of people saying, well, maybe we should listen to him from now on? No, you just stay on that carousel of the grifters out there who will have you excited, scared, happy, frightened, angry, as over and over. And the ride just keeps turning, and you don't remember that you've already passed the lady with the cotton candy and the huge tracts of land. Okay, is this just going to be a bunch of stuff about his? Okay. Nasrallah was evil. Got it. And he died. And this is all part blowing up of the cell phones, blowing up of the walkie-talkies, and the massive surface-to-surface missile attacks, drone attacks, airstrikes, all forcefully paid by us. I mean, obviously, forcefully paid by us. There's nothing we can do about it. Not until we address the moral tapestry, the anti-white moral tapestry in our country. You can bitch all you want about a percentage of Jewish people who are able to come together to, in their minds, work for the good of themselves by way of their people's well-being. You can bitch about that wonderful, noble thing to do all you want, just like so many of your predecessors have done. And nothing happens, ladies. You can complain about it all you want. Nothing happens, losers. So we here are doing something about not controlling our destiny. And since we don't control our destiny, our countries can be fleeced like this for outside groups, anybody else. Al Handel says Nasrallah is going to get 72 goats in paradise. Yeah, that's the little, there's probably like a translation there that didn't, between virgin and, or maybe what it was is that it's virgin somethings. maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Janice says, just wiped down my blinds with no white guilt. Wow, was it that wild? Woo! JK160's in the house. Says, NWG is the only one that knows what to do. Let's see. Slaughtz pointing out, no white guilt is using this guy's Thai hate. Yes. Interpolate all of your greatest books. Jody is here. Great to see you. All right. Tag me if you've got jokes, if you've got things to say. Nasrallah is dead. What more do we have to say about that? The Wicked Witch is dead. And I don't care. Now, what's up next is like serious. And we'll just look at this and we're going to look at the hardcore criminals. And then we're going to take a break and come back for the swashbuckling. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is better. This is much better. That is good. Jason off the leash. Jason off the leash. Yeah. 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 Biospirit of the West. Just cleaned my floors and carpets with no white guilt. See, we are a people we can do many things at once. You know that when we were growing up, when we were little boys, we were told all the time that females can do multiple things at once and guys, we just can't. Remember this, guys? This is part of the anti-whiteism, and all the white women participated. Yeah, women can multitask. I even saw it in the newspaper, actual articles. Women can multitask. Men can't multitask. Why? I just remembered a specific article. It was titled something like, "Why can't men multitask?" Are you kidding me? Women can't do one thing at a time. Barely do one thing at a time. Women start doing two things at a time, they burn the fucking house down. Give me a break. Multitask my ass. Women are natural multitaskers. Whatever. You mean like crying about this and crying about that? Maybe. What a load of shit. And also, what a load of shit we were browbeaten with and lied to by our mothers and sisters and aunts. What a load of shit. They knew they couldn't do shit. Women are great multitaskers. Men can't multitask. And now we see guys who are deciding they're women, kicking the shit out of women in every intellectual contest, in every physical contest. Now, and these guys are the least of us. These are like the elves on that commercial that live in the tree. I don't eat that crap, whatever it's called. These are like them little elves worth of guys. These are like really small guys with atrophied limbs. And they just suck. And those are the ones that dominate the best females in intellectual, artistic, and physical endeavors. The worst of the men. But we all had to grow up with our mothers, our sisters, our aunts, our female cousins, our female teachers, all telling us things like, men are just retarded oafs. They can't multitask. Women have a magical ability, and it showed up in mainstream media, magical ability to just, they have like multiple arms and they're always going, and all of these different things are happening on them. And then we go out into the real world and we're like, is she really pulling away with her entire lunch falling off the top of her car? Is she really driving off with her car keys right here? And there she goes, wondering what that buzzing sound in the car is? I mean, it's just like, it's the inverse of reality. All along, women of the West had magical powers in the realms that our Creator has given them. But no, they say, no, they're better at being guys than you are. And all of us little boys had to suffer it. Unbelievable. Total anti-whiteism. All right, we're going to take a look at this because this is infuriating. But there's a huge lesson here, and no one else is going to get it right. But I can guarantee you there'll be like Joel will he'll suddenly have an epiphany, won't he? Joel and others like him, they'll suddenly have epiphanies on, you know what, I just had an idea. And it happened to be on No I Guilt's stream last week. I mean, it just came to me while I was taking a dump. You wait. So you wait. You wait. No one will get it until me, and then they'll all steal it. Here we go. Is that it? That ain't it. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Now, on the top here, you won't be able to see clearly. And in fact, I will move it down for a moment. There's a bus. And it's a typical school bus in the West, where there are non-white children as well as some white kids. And the non-white children are physically, you can't quite see there, I'm not going to show you because it's violent. They are beating and stomping a white little boy unconscious. And he is unconscious because when they try to drag him up off of the floor to beat him more, his limbs are absolutely slack. And those who have been unconscious, been in fights, played football, been unconscious, we know what that looks like. And when he comes to, his eyes are real big. I know exactly what that's like. I've been unconscious. I know exactly what it looks like. So the little boy comes out of unconsciousness from being physically beaten by physically superior black students. So these physically superior black students beating the ever-living shit out of this doughy white boy, probably being raised by a single mom, probably has several siblings from other fathers, because we're just doing so good as a race now. Soft as can be. You can see when they pick up this when they drag him up out of his stupor, you can see his arms, not a muscle on him. And to beat on him some more. And you can see on his face. So when I first saw this, if you're healthy, your first thoughts are for what? If you are sick, your first thoughts, if you are the problem, your first thought is damn blacks. Your first thought is something negative about the black race. You are the problem. And you're not the problem because of why anti-whiteism says you're the problem. Anti-whiteism says that if you condemn the behavior of other races, then you are racist, in quotes, then you are white supremacist, then you are bigoted, quotes. That's not why you are the problem. You are the problem if you conclude that because you are centering the black race. You are being black or Afrocentric rather than white or Westman-centric. This is your son. This is your nephew. This is your grandson. Now, what's your first thought? Now you're healthy. Now you are part of the solution rather than part of the problem. Now you are put in an optimal state, in a state of primacy, to be able to effectuate the end of that behavior. Do you understand or not? You will never put an end to the victimization of our children by anti-white terrorists of any race and any age if you continue to center other groups of human beings. Do you understand? Tarred army. My first thought was for this little boy, for the pain, for the terror, for that closing darkness of losing consciousness, for that waking up from unconsciousness that feels like it's been hours and hours or even days of being asleep, and total disorientation about up from down, left from right, probably urinating or defecating himself in the process of the fear, a child, a lifelong injury in the make. You're watching it and you can't think about him. You want to think about blacks. You're sick. You're sick. Take the hard pill, white race. Take the hard pill and come out of this. Don't make me have to give it to you up your ass. It's going in one way or the other. Either you're going to take it down, the hard pill down your throat with the drink of your choice, or time and violence and circumstance is going to shove it up your ass. What about his family? What about his loved ones? What about the nightmares that he's going to have waking up? What about his poor mother? What about the guttural, animalistic scream when she finds out that these injuries have been inflicted on her son? When you approach this from thoughts of love for our people, you then can get motivated for the long haul, for the marathon this is, to go over the mountain, to do what needs to be done to prevent all of that pain from happening again, to protect those white babies from it happening again. You won't take one step for your hatred of blacks or Jews. You won't do one step. You never have. You never will. Nobody sacrifices for what they hate. For God's sake. You won't even remember his face when you slander blacks. Objectively, blacks are not responsible for this. These anti-white black terrorists are. But you know what wouldn't be happening on these buses? Is anti-white terrorism. If anti-whiteism hadn't white erased our norms, do you think a proud, united white race would permit white children to be beaten by anti-whites of any race on our buses? But a deracinated, selfishly individualistic white race allow this many times every single day. And they walk away from it saying, goddamn Nners, goddamn Kers, you are a piece of shit. And you need to be talked to like that until you decide to do better. Here's the thing. Here's the twist. You have a tale of two buses. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of reason. It was the age of insanity. What is the beginning of that? Isn't there any more than this? It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. He should have went ahead and said hell. I'd always objected to that. It's a tale of two buses, ladies and gentlemen. You see here the white child being beaten. Here he gets dragged up. Look at this. He is limp, unconscious. Here you have white children by themselves on a bus. It's peaceful. I am yes, you are no says a group of black students. Is that what happened here? Is that where who's he focused on? A group of black students savagely beat a lone white boy on the bus. And everyone is cheering. We don't have to live like this. Well, I am yes, you are no. It's time for you to get right, and you got to get a huge following. You should be recommending me. You should be recommending white well-being because you are fucking wrong. This isn't blacks beating this boy if you want to put an end to it. This is anti-white terrorists beating this little boy. Everyone laughing? There are a bunch of white children in there, anti-whites themselves, laughing at the beating of their own kind. They're next. Why aren't they coming to his aid? Because people like you keep saying it's the blacks. Why is it when I was in junior high school and I was having to fight these anti-whites and we wildly outnumbered the anti-white non-whites and anti-white whites, why is it that zero of the white kids helped me? Because all the adults like you were saying, oh, it's the blacks, it's the Jews, instead of talking about us. You know when white kids used to come help each other is when there was a modicum of white identity in the West. You can look into our past and you can see times when white people who didn't know the other white people who were getting attacked would immediately come to their aid, at least to stop the fight, at least to put an end to it. Not anymore. The problem is anti-whiteism, not black people. And then you have this person come in and say, as the contrast, this is a bus ride with all white students. It's beautiful, isn't it? Except it's not. Except it's not. Because all of the white kids in this bus are on borrowed time. They are infected with the preconditions that create this. If you keep saying it's the blacks, it's the Jews, it's the Arabs, rather than it's us, it's our people. How badly harmed is that boy? Our son, our grandson, our nephew. If you keep saying that, then this is what begets this. Then this beautiful little white child is the limp white arms to come. If you can't get it, you need to understand that God gives limitations to all. He has put you in a situation, maybe you're a big content creator, to promote me and people in this community. And if you don't do that, you are anathema to the well-being of Western kind, and we will treat you as such moving forward. God will treat you as such moving forward. This, an all-white school bus with white kids being able to project their innocence and beauty into the world, singing on the school bus, is not the remedy to this. It is the precursor. One last thing as we run behind. I think this might have beaten all of the other claims with no white guilt. Having apple tea totally naked with no white guilt. Yes. That's right. Data dump shows. It says 650 here. We're now up to 670,000 migrant criminal suspects free in Biden and Harris's America. Fantastic photo for this here. Over 650,000, closing on 670,000. You have to ask myself, I immediately ask the question when I see this. Now, we're talking about rapists, murderers, child molesters, child rapists, child abductors, people convicted of these crimes who have been captured by ICE and then released. Let me say this again. Maybe it's not landing on you. Maybe you don't quite get it. The law enforcement of the United States have captured almost 750,000 by their own numbers. Captured almost 750,000 convicted murderers, rapists, child abductors, child molesters, pedophiles, convicted, and people who are awaiting their trial from prison, released to come to the United States. Captured them and then released them into the interior of the United States with the promise to come back in several years. Everyone tried for treason, and if guilty, executed in the most painful way imaginable by a healthy people and country. Everyone. Everyone. First, these are only the people that ICE, immigration, caught. 2. So before 2, how many entered the murderers, rapists, child molesters, child smugglers, child pornographers, made it in without ICE catching them? 5 times that number? 2 times that number? 3 times that number? How many? How many? Two. These are numbers given us by anti-whites in positions of power. All numbers that contradict the anti-white narrative are massaged, are tortured, are redefined. New standards are set to make it as palatable, as acceptable as possible. So what are the real numbers? What really are the numbers for murderers, rapists, child pornographers, child molesters, already found guilty, released into the country? What are the real numbers? So you have how many were not caught 2, 3 times as many. What are the real numbers? 2 or 3 times the amount that we're being told. And the real question is, why is it that the Republicans who we have to vote for to stand up against our victimizers have only just now considered, and it occurred to them, to ask ICE for such numbers? Why didn't we know this 2 years ago, 3 years ago, a year and a half? Why isn't this being monitored every single day? Why isn't there a congressman? There are shit tons of congressmen and women. Why aren't they all talking about this for Biden's entirely stolen term? Every new murderer, rapist, child molester, why aren't we aware of it by way of these people? They can't do anything with their votes. They can't win. They can't take any ground back. All they do is give us excuses, so you're in a position to at least get us information. Why aren't you doing that? Why is it we have to wait until how many of our people, Americans of all races, have been murdered by these people, raped? How many children, how many women have had their heads caved in? Like Laken Riley. How many others raped and have their head and face caved in? How many children abducted and tortured to death, ritualistically raped to death, before these 2-bit, absolutely banal loser Republicans finally got around to telling us the actual number of murderers and rapists willingly released by the Biden-Harris administration? How many of you would have changed the way that you allowed your children to function in the world had you known this information 3 years ago? If you had known that this many more rapists and murderers and child abductors and child rapists are roaming American streets with impunity, without an American citizenship, without their fingerprints, without a social security number, without any of the ties that law enforcement normally follow to find criminals who are born and reared in America, how many of you would have lived your lives differently? But these absolutely insipid Republican mutts, they can't do anything except give us excuses about why they always lose, that the Democrats don't play fair, didn't tell you any of this data until now. And they want us to automatically focus our ire on the Democrats. The ire first is for the traitors in our midst, Republicans. That's where the ire goes first. The anti-white Democrats, their Democrats are going to Democrat. But you, insipid pieces of shit, in your fancy houses, with your in-home gymnasiums, with all the money you make, you who are nothing but excuse givers, you are the ones who keep losing. You are the reason that these people are in the country. You are the ones who didn't provide us with the data that this is happening so that we could live our lives differently. The data says that among those not in detention, 425,000 convicted criminals, the rest waiting for their trials, so guilty they would not let them out of prison before they allowed them to come to the United States, according to Israel First Breitbart, at least. So if you disagree with it, take it up with them, the ear against the door. Don't come to me. I'm just reading what they wrote. You all have seen the data. I probably don't have to read over it for you. Mayorkas, who's behind, how is this guy still in office? How has he not been tried for treason? I know how, because the same people who weren't telling us about this, that's going on, the same people who didn't occur to them to ask ICE for the actual numbers, are the same people who can't pull it together to get Mayorkas out of office. If you got a punch to throw, a metaphorical punch to throw, It should land on the chin of a Republican, not a Democrat. Enough said about these losers. We're going to celebrate our swashbucklers. We'll be right back.
Rotting in the filth of selfish pursuits, consumed by greed, you sell your roots. Chained to desires, you worship a lie, burying honor while our kings slowly die. You crave, you take, you waste away, feeding the beast of your own decay. Your hollow kingdom fills you with pride, spoiling our inheritance, destroying our lives. Slave to consumption, averting your eyes to our people's destruction, drowning your screams, a mindless sedation, while the anti-white poisons our nation. Anti-white scum, clinging to your hollow gold, blind to the sickness that's taken hold. You pretend to be kings in a world of ash, clutching your trinkets, worship your cash. You crave, you take, you waste away, feeding the beast of your own decay. Your hollow kingdom fills you with pride, spoiling our inheritance, destroying our lives. Men bleed and you rot in silence, clawing for scraps while they abet the violence. Anti-whiteism reigns and you bow to the throne, selling your soul just to fade alone. You crave, you take, you waste away, feeding the beast of your own decay. Your hollow kingdom fills you with pride, spoiling our inheritance, destroying our lives. In the palace of dust and bone, you who abandon the fight for your own, in the end you'll feel the cold, bleeding again for all you've sold. Empty the legacy you sought to create, a life of consumption to for your fate. Everything you'll be when the curtain falls is a ghost to all that West Bengal.
It is time for the swashbuckling celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your raucous emojis, your quadruple 07s. The sun has set, and the troops have prepared to receive yours truly. We will be celebrating these heroes from the swashbuckling. This is changing the world with the concepts. You change the concepts, you change the story, you recapture our destiny. Give it up for the great Franklinator. Ladies and gentlemen, you can hear the crowd. Make sure you're part of it. Various emojis, celebrations, whatever you have going. The great Franklinator, IRL. This guy has done more. He's done his share of stickering and leafleting and like 500 other people's shares. Give it up
for the Franklinator, a world wallpapered with white well-being, thanks to the great Franklinator, a true hero and champion. Big love, big success. The great Franklinator, when he's still able to, he is moderating. When he's still able to, he does the minutes for the Sunday gatherings, which is a huge benefit. We'd have people write in and say how grateful they are for the minutes. So give it up to Franklin for those great deeds, swashbuckling, because that is changing the world for white well-being. These are the people, these are the times that we make the most of their contributions, because it is us against the world. We are the change agents. God bless the great Franklinator. And Franklin would like to thank, he is there every single week with Donald Trump Jr. on the great Donald Trump Jr., swashing on him endlessly, because this is the number one son to Donald Trump. And yes, I know that so many of those others out there will say, your community didn't do it. But that's because they're jealous losers. Over there, swashing, seeding the lexical dialectical power, the go-free dialectic, having massive success. He wants to thank, for joining him over there, Ivan and Homeless Bear this week. Both joined him over there, swashing on Donald Trump Jr., number one son, and his entire audience. Let's give it up for these heroes. God bless you all. Let's get out some big raucous emojis, some big gratitude. That piece that we just played was another magnificent piece from the great Slaughtz. He created just a colossal ton of voluminous, rocking tunes. And if you are not finding tunes that you like in there, then something is wrong with you. You need to be listening to the music of our revolution and empower yourself. We have so many great musicians since we have been online that have come together, real professionals, musicians that have come together, created music from scratch. We have the great Slaughtz, and now Anglo-Saxon and WG as well, using tech built by the great Forno to create even more music. There is something there that is going to empower you. Let's give it up for the great Soros and his rockin' music, and also for the great Anglo-Saxon NWG, who's one of his new pieces I played at the very beginning of this stream today, and it is epic. It is very inspiring. Fire you up with that music. God bless this great work. Big salutes to these champions. I also want to thank a couple of people I saw on Twitter going above and beyond. Maybe you are, and I just didn't see you, so don't take it personal. But I have seen Leontina and Ivan the Horrible. I think I had some more on just really, but kicking ass. Let's really rock it out for them. Raucous emoji, swashbuckling over there on Twitter, an anti-white platform. And we'll talk more about that a little bit later in the general announcements portion. I want to give a big celebration to TJ. TJ, is it actually T Jenna Hoy? T Jenna, TJ though, is what I've always called TJ, made a comment about anti-whiteism over on Golden One's video, where he was talking about how he had it wrong, and maybe we'll watch that video on Wednesday, and made this great comment, working in anti-whiteism. Over 500 likes went to TJ's swashbuckling over there. That's Golden One's audience. Over 500 and climbing likes. Give it up for the great TJ. Big salutes, big salutes. There are swashbucklers out there in this community that do not sin. So they do not sin their victories, big, small, medium, but they are everywhere. So let's give a big celebration. This is like to the unnamed swashbuckler. Let's give a salute and big celebration to the unnamed swashbucklers out there who are swashing out there on our people, bringing in the concepts that change the world we live in. Big God bless to TJ. Let's celebrate Alt Richie. Alt Richie reached out to Anne Marie Waters on Twitter and asking her to check out Go Free, to check out yours truly. And she said yes to him, replied back, let's give it up. She absolutely will. She actually happens to be following me on Twitter, which is totally epic. But saying this and having this interaction with her is fantastic. It's a huge victory. It's the exact way that we have to swash. God bless old Richie and that great swashbuckling work. I want to celebrate and recognize the great work of our international teams out there who work hard to swash around the planet using many of our beautiful languages as they spread the Go Free dialogic, bringing white well-being to all of our people. As this has been brought to my attention in the past by our great leader, the great OT leader, Biospirit of the West. So I want to recognize Hans de Skipper in South Africa, Nocturnia in Uruguay, Solid Rabbit in Argentina, Leontina and Medical Deutschland in Germany, Victor Olav Maurice in Scandinavia, Crispy Bacon in England, One of Western Kind in Ireland, Ye Old European in Holland, Ardent White in Canada, The White Baron, and Lucky Lunder, Aussie Mike, Lovely Porridge and Robert in Australia, and plus many others who just didn't get named. Big salutes to every single one of the swashbucklers around planet Earth, swashing in our many beautiful languages, bringing the love, hope, and redemption that we offer here in service to our people, and therefore well-being to all. God bless these champions, and my true gratitude for that work worldwide that we here are not being recognized for by the grifters, the grifter and the grifter intelligentsia and the white sympathetic spear. Let's get into these images. Here we have One of Western Kind swashing over there on, let me see with this off. I am yes, you are no. He gets 21,000 views, hundreds of likes and retweets from that audience when he writes, quote, that's German culture, no such thing as the white race, only individual European ethnicities, close quote, said by anti-whites. Whites are one people of many nations and cultures. Anti-whites deny white identity because it makes all white ethnicities easier to victimize in isolation. Big salutes. Big salutes. Keep it going for One of Western Kind. Over swashing on Radio Genoa's audience and getting 20,000 views and counting, likes and retweets. And we have him saying, Radio Genoa saying, the lost civilization in Berlin. Oh, this snarky, sarcastic sarcasm is cowardice. One of Western Kind jumps in there. The white erased civilization in Berlin. I mean, God damn it. Absolutely God damn it. Big salutes to One of Western Kind. Set these losers straight. One of Western Kind over here on Trooper. 20,000 views, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of likes from this person's audience and retweets. He writes, as Dr. Ricardo Duchesne has described, non-whites tend to prefer high levels of noise, pollution, crowded environments, cramped living, bad smells, and are now bringing to and now recreating these conditions in the West. It's white erasure, and we all have to put up with or end it. End what? The white erasure. Brilliantly written, a brilliant dialectic right out of Go Free. God bless One of Western Kind. Be given, keep those raucous emojis going. Fire, Eric, which of course is a White Baron over here on Pauline Hanson, and that legitimate political party giving over 200 likes, 7 replies to this. What else? Who else is sick of anti-whiteism? And it's white erasing. It's white erasing all of our Western norms that we have in our country. Absolutely brilliant articulation, and all of that able to be picked right up by these participants in this legitimate political party. God bless the White Baron. Here we have Anglo-Saxon NWG, can't be stopped. a truly phenomenal force of nature. He's swashing on based conservative. He writes, who else is ready to move past this anti-white regime? Almost 200 likes from that audience. Based conservative. 8 replies and growing. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon. He's got a bunch. You know he can't be stopped. He's over here this time on black conservative perspective. How many of his audience is interested and agreeing with our swashbuckler? 500 likes almost and climbing. 21 replies and climbing. Of the audience of black conservative perspective, Anglo-Saxon writes, who else is sick of the anti-white media attacking Trump? My God. It works everywhere. Anglo-Saxon NWG continuing, this time over on a Donald Trump video with well over 300 likes, 41 replies, and climbing, writing this, who else is sick of this disastrous anti-white regime? Ladies and gentlemen, we are driving the concepts home into the hearts and mind and sinew of our brothers and sisters and good people of all races who are sick and tired of anti-whiteism, and they see how they are collateral damage to the anti-white attacks. Well done. He's not done, though. He's over here on Lotus Eaters. Who else is sick of the white erasure of the West? How many of the abstractionist audience agrees with this? Nearly 600 agree with a tangible people being victimized, not an abstraction. That's what they do at Lotus Eaters. Nearly 30 replies and climbing. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Cool Papa J Magic decided to come in and rock the world this week as the audience gets a breather to be able to come back. He writes this under Lotus Eaters as well, calling it two-tier, while true is an abstraction. Brilliant. By the way, Lotus Eaters, all about abstractions. Over 200 people giving a like to that comment that has that as the first sentence. We need to use language that makes it clear who is targeted. Better to call it anti-white. If you go around telling people there is a two-tier media policing education system, etc., close quote, that will sit in their heads as an abstract concept. Brilliantly written. If you tell them all those things are anti-white, they will immediately recognize it as something harmful to us. That's what we need. Big salutes, big hearts, big fire, diamonds and crowns. Cool Papa J Magic over here on Lotus Eaters again. He went at him this week. Please don't use the term anti-racist. Anti-racism is just anti-whiteism. Oh my God, that is so brilliant. I love it. Cool Papa J Magic saying that in the midst of the abstractions. The R word is an anti-white slur used to demonize us for normal human behavior and make us feel like we're doing something immoral by defending ourselves and our nations. Pointing out to these academic peacocks that have done a lot of reading and they're here to tell you what to think because they're academics, schooling them on how wrong they are and how damaging it is to use these concepts. Over here on Matt Walsh, Cool Papa J Magic gets nearly 300 likes from Matt Walsh's audience, 16 replies and climbing with this comment, none of this can be fixed until white people see ourselves as unique and worthy of dignity. We are a unique people with unique instincts and interests. We deserve to have them honored in our homelands. Anti-whiteism is the central issue here. We need to look out for our own people and stop worrying about what others think of it. This is a cogent, beautifully written, heartfelt argument that nearly 300 people in Matt Walsh's audience agree with just this past week. Give it up. Cool Papa J Matt, really keep it going. He's over here on Matt Walsh. Over 200 likes from Matt Walsh's audience, 9 replies. Restorative justice, in quotes, is just another code word for anti-whiteism. This applies to almost all modern terminology ending in justice. God, brilliantly done. Prometheanly done by Cool Papa J Magic. Brilliant. You're going to be here in these cuckservative, these absolute abject cucks, switching right along with the anti-whites as they change the terminology again. Well done by the great Cool Papa J Magic. Cool Papa J Magic on Matt Walsh again. Over 138 likes and climbing from his audience. It's not woke. It's not DEI. It's not racism or even anti-white racism. It's anti-whiteism. Matt Walsh, give us a sign that Benny, your boss, is preventing you from saying anti-whiteism. Give us a sign. Please let us know that you are not a traitor, but that your income and access to it is preventing you from being able to say it like it is, from using concepts that actually harm us. Cool Papa J Magic, a swashbuckling commander who doesn't stop on Matt Walsh. 200 likes and climbing, 19 replies and climbing. You know what I'm sick of as a white man? I'm sick of our morality being measured by how much good we can do for, say, about, give to non-white peoples. God bless you for that. The anti-white narrative says that defending our nations and collective well-being as white people makes us immoral. But we need to stop playing along. We are worthy of dignity and respect, and yes, gratitude for all we have given to and done for others. Anyone else sick of anti-whiteism? 200 likes from Matt Walsh's audience and growing. This man, Cool Papa J Magic, has soaked up the Go Free dialectic. It's coming from his heart in positive, pristine beauty. God bless this champion. I told you this week, he's off the hook, just like yours truly is off the leash. Cool Papa J Magic on Salty Cracker, over 200 likes from that guy's audience. Another hate hoax. It's pretty frustrating to watch. That's a great concept used right there. Frustrating to watch conservatives talk about everything that's happening in this country without making the connection that this is all rooted in anti-white. God bless you. Yes, it is frustrating. It is disgusting. It is infuriating. And many of Salty Cracker's audience agreed. It all comes from anti-whiteism. Salty Cracker is not going to be making that connection, at least not often. His wife is non-white Hispanic. Malone LeVay, who is really the white baron, is watching over there on Pauline Hanson, gets 100 likes, 16 replies, and going from normal good people down under. He writes, I never thought that we would come to the day where we are now told that there is no such thing as two sexes. This day coming to us is only a result of the growing attachment on everything we think, etc. Going into, we don't have the rest of this, regrettably, going into the anti-white narrative and white erasure. Make sure Malone LeVay receives the message of love that you feel and celebration for him. There are some here from the great No White Guilt clips I think I failed to share with you before. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. This is No White Guilt clips, the true, the champion, the swashbuckling commander over on Instagram. He's everywhere. God bless him. The swashbuckler extraordinaire. He is everywhere. Over there with this post on Instagram, over 10,000 views on Instagram. I don't know how he does it. Give it up for this hero. Crowns and love. Here he is again, this time on Instagram with this post. Over 11,000 views on Instagram. Ladies and gentlemen, the great No White Guilt clips. Here he is again, making clips, posting them everywhere, including Instagram. Here he is on Instagram with another clip, over 14,000 views. Using our concepts, using our dialogic, using the dialectical armory of white well-being, changing the concepts with which we understand the world, with which we live in the world. How about this one, the most recent? Over there on Instagram, No White Guilt clips, taking time out of his life, his chair, just like so many of these swashbuckling Herculean champions. Big salutes to them all. Over 20,000 views. When No White Girl Clips gets to work, the world shakes. Give it up for that hero. He ain't done. Clips on Instagram. Over 45,000 views. Big rocking successes for this hero. He just absolutely unstoppable, ineffable, glorious swashbuckling. Homeless Bear. We were just talking about Homeless Bear earlier. Here he is with a post under I am yes, you are no. 41,000 views of his audience and climbing. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. Look at this magnificence. We need more grocery stores full of white people. Anti-white is not all right. Beautiful meme. I love. We got people. Beautiful meme. Let's give it up for all of our meme mavens that are just rocking it, creating the best memes ever created on the internet. We're not getting the credit yet, but the credit will come to us. Best memes out there because we're changing the way people think, not just insulting the way people think. God bless them. Homeless Bear, a champion among them. Here you have Paul Zaipula is back. He has nearly 500,000 views with this one over there on Twitter. Thousands of likes and retweets. Caitlin Clark gets poked in the eye by Dejana Carrington. Dejana knew exactly what she did, but didn't even stop to check on Caitlin more. So trying to blind the superior, in this case, white athlete. Caitlin Clark is superior to all of them, a better athlete. That's why they're all trying to hurt her. And she happens also to be white, trying to blind her, which of course would ruin her career. This anti-white, black terrorist on the court, that jealous of her. Moreover, a foul wasn't even called because it's being done to a white female, who, by the way, Caitlin Clark, no friend of ours, anti-white herself. But Zaipula ends with this, the meaningful part. The anti-whiteism in the WNBA shamelessly continues. 500,000 people seeing that and agreeing with it. Paul Zaipula, big love, big salutes. Here we have the Great Reptile. We don't have the exact number of views on this, but the Great Reptile was over there. And here you have blonde in the belly of the beast, Rebecca. And she's having on this guy, Zach, kind of a new to the scene, all about multiracial, Jay, hating the Jews. So they're anti-Jewish. Everything is the Jews. Like, it's all new. Don't you know? It's all new. It's all the Jews. The Great Reptile writes here, Jays love their people and work to their collective interests. Wow, what a revelation. We've known that forever. The embarrassing part is whites still don't act this way. Instead of whining and envy, try emulating. Start loving our own people and work for our collective interests. Then we can collectively put an end to anti-whiteism. Maybe Rebecca should reach out to yours truly for something that actually changes things, right? I'm waiting for the message. Here we have Reptile back again. And this is a post. He writes, Trump is using Catholicism to get Hispanic voters. But what's he ever going to do for white people? He'll do anything for other groups. First Step Act, Platinum Plan, etc. But he refuses to even mention us. The anti-whiteism has to stop. It's like we don't even exist now. Give it up for the Great Reptile. In the threads, burning down the anti-white. So true, good brother. Spartan Lambda is swashing here on Twitter, writing gloriously with nearly 20,000 views and hundreds of likes and retweets with this glorious meme. speculation as to whether or not Starmer is secretly gay achieves nothing. Exactly. However, working to put an end to the victimization of white people by way of anti-whiteism does achieve something. We cannot allow the white erasure of our homelands, and then he includes the website that matters because it's where we change the world. Spartan, give it up. Spartan appearance on this week's absolutely swashbuckling announcements. Well done, my friend. James, this is TM swashing on James Kirkpatrick. James wrote, if he wasn't guilty, they wouldn't be upset about his execution. And TM writes, anti-whites don't believe non-whites should be held accountable for anything. They do, especially if they harm a white person. A brilliant dialectic born out of the concepts and dialectics of Go Free. Do you see how this creates warrior knights of the white table? These swashbuckling heroes that don't need me, that don't need the others who are even earlier adopters than themselves. Do you see how it changes everything? TM in there getting 16,000 views, hundreds and hundreds of likes. He's right. Give it up for TM. Big salutes. Well done. Well done. Here is Irish Ice. He is back. He's sent me some messages I have to read. He's back in the public. He's got the signs up. He is out there in Canada swashbuckling and letting our people know in our once beautiful country of Canada that there is an option to reclaim their destiny. Give it up for Irish Ice and all of his work for white well-being. Swashbuckling champion. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what I was supposed to have up here? I don't have it up. I wonder if I can go ahead and find it right now, because this is so totally epic that we should. Oh, you know what the issue is? It's not been. We'll have to save it for next week. But our Go Free anti-white concept, specifically anti-white, succeeded gloriously this week. We will take a look at it next week. And with that, 10 seconds. We'll be right back. It had the wrong format, and that's why it's not showing up. But we have the right format. Thank you all. It's going to be epic. You're going to love it next week, because we're going to get into celebrating some financial gifts in 1 second. Get ready to keep your raucous emojis going. But there was a debate going on I guess it was a TV show, and maybe internet based, but I'm not sure. And the guy who was pushing back against the anti-whites was using all of these different arguments, getting nowhere. And finally, he called the anti-whites anti-white. And you know what they immediately did? Surrendered. And they demanded that he be thrown out. They threw him off the show. The moment he called them out for what they are, didn't stop talking about their abstractions, stop talking about their fake data, stop talking about their interpretations of history, start talking about how they're anti-white, start talking about how they'll use any excuse to get to the victimization of white people and how immoral that is, and we win. And this guy, either he listened directly to us, second person, third person, fourth person, however many links away, he received it from us. It wasn't happening before us. He received it from us. Time to give us our just due. He says it, and absolute atomic victory. We'll take a look at it next week. But right now, I want to celebrate the massive financial gifts, ladies and gentlemen. And it's big. It's real big. First thing I want to do is this past Wednesday, I want to give another celebration to Promethean Healing, who on Wednesday, this working class man financially gifts $500 $500. Let's give it up to Promethean Healing. This past Wednesday, crowns and gems and 96s for Promethean Healing. These are massive testimonials. I want you to remember this. This is massive testimonials. These all financial gifts given here are massive testimonials to the efficacy of the Go Free Dialogic. And we'll be dipping into that in just a moment for our Go Free lesson of the day. But massive testimonials, because we are not here representing some sort of LARPing. Like, we are going to LARP the way that they did this. And then people give money to see the LARP because for various reasons. Main reason is that they are just playing as an adult. It never can come to fruition. We are not running in place. We are not taking people on a carousel of it's good, it's bad, it's bad, it's worse, be scared, be happy, we're not taking people on the carousel and they're giving financial gifts for that. We are not implying or outright stating that this is a political party and we're going to have some sort of a political party that'll make a big difference, which is another way to grift. All of these other methods are ways to grift off of the population, and people will pay to be bamboozled. They will pay to be able to live in a fantasy. When people come here, they financially gift because they see the efficacy of the Go Free Dialogic, and they see it working in the headwind of anti-white censorship, but also the censorship, active and passive, of white sympathetic people who are implicit and explicit when it comes to the well-being of white people. They can see it, and they can still see our successes. They want more successes. They want the white positive ADL. They want this magic, these spells that we cast with these concepts to reach our brothers and sisters. So I want you to give out maximal celebration for Promethean Healing's $500 this past Wednesday. God bless him. And week before last, $9,000 financial gift from a person who wants to remain anonymous. Everybody on your feet. $9,000 testimonial. $9,000 testimonial to the efficacy of Go Free, to the efficacy of the Go Free Dialogic, the dialectical armory that we wield here, the concepts of white magic that change the story in which we live our lives, a language that since we have to be propagandized, our victimizers have to use the language we want and demand and will only be spoken to in. The genius has been figured out. The skeleton key is cut. It's time to use this key. It's time to have money behind it. It's time for more talent to come in. It's time for the heroes to take their rightful places above all of you who weren't original or early adopters, who spoke out against, who decried us, who slandered us. What now? $9,000 financial gift, not for a grift, but for the success demonstrated by the Go Free Dialogic. End of conversation. Let's show this financial gifter as much love and celebration and gratitude as we can. And let's see others with such ability to financially gift step up and do the same. Now is the time. Things are going to get worse. Whether Donald Trump has the election stolen from him or not, anti-whiteism marches forward. That's what's got to be defeated. His presidency is not going to be able to turn this back. Let's make it happen, and let's give it up to heroes like this. God bless every single one of you. And remember, this is a $9,000 testimonial. This is a $500 testimonial. God bless these people. Let's head on over to Entropy, where we have a host of financial gifts. We're going to keep celebrating. And you know who comes up first on Entropy in every case? He is first in our lives on this platform. It is the moment of Dude Bro. $50 reliable here. Talk about the reliability and the testimony to the power of this dialogic. $50 every single time that this working class man sees us go live. And every single time he says, with this financial gift from his heart for white well-being. God blessing the great dude bro moment. Keep your financial gifts going, ladies and gentlemen, or the celebration for the financial gifts. And I will get to your other financial gifts after we move through the ones that we celebrate. Marie Curie has financially gifted here. Please drop the crowns, drop the tiaras, drop the sunshine and the flowers. $300 financial gift. A $300 financial gift over here on Entropy. God bless this Fraulein. Marie Curie, $300. And with these $300, she writes, let's make sure I didn't lose my mic. Thank you for protecting our children, so there will be no more children like 10-year-old Sammy Tussick and 9-year-old Aaron, is it Dugmore, who took their own lives. I haven't seen this. This is tragic. I don't know the details because they were terrorized in school by anti-whites. Greetings from Germany. Amen. Prayers for their families and for the souls, the Promethean souls of these sons of the West. My God. This is what we have to end. $300 financial gift. Not for a LARP. Not for a political party that will never happen. Not for some sort of leader who will get out there and will somehow magically make it all better. But for the tactics that work to end the victimization of our children. That's where the effort to end that victimization and the recapture of our destiny endures for all time in the love of our people. Marie Curie, $300 financial gift today. God bless you. We also have over here some guy financially gifting $20. Big salutes to some guy. $20 financial gift. Having a brisket for dinner tonight with no white gill. That's going to be the best brisket you ever had, my friend. You know, a $20 financial gift. God bless you, some guy. Very awesome. And we also have $20 financial gift. Keep the celebrations going. From Dandy Westman, $20 US. Dispel the anti-white narrative with the white magic of the Go Free lexicon. Beautifully written. Dandy Westman, big salutes to you for your financial gift. We're going to come over here and we're going to refresh. We will come back, as I said, for all of the financial gifts. We're going to get to the celebratory financial gifts first. Those are still refreshing, and we'll give those a moment. Let me look over here on Odyssey. And do we have any no celebration one there? On D Live, no celebration one there. And over here on Rumble, no celebration one there. This will work, I assure you. We will get Cash App to work. It will come up. You will see. And we have, oh my goodness. The man, the guy with genius in many realms, First Last, has shown up. And he is financially gifting $100. Give it up for the musical genius of many instruments. Many instruments. 100 white well-being dollars. And he said, for Jason's additional neckties. Oh, necktie when you need 4 very often. And it's hard. You got to wear one and then you have 3 more in the pocket. You never know when 4 will be required for the young lady. First class, $100. The Omnipath 4-0, ladies and gentlemen. A man of so many skills, a man of such dedication, a man of such pristine white light that he glows as our northern star. Financially gifts on this night, 50 white well-being dollars. God bless you, 4-0. He says, as does our great dude bro moment over on Entropy. He says, 4 white well-being. Make sure you're in awe and celebration of these heroes and keep it going for another $50 financial gift. Another $50 financial gift on this night from the hero Corey. And I know I saw you in the live chat somewhere, hero. $50 from Corey. 50 white well-being dollars. Save the white babies, he says, for the Knights of the White Table. It's now or never. I love it, man. I love it. I love that urgency. Exactly right. For the Knights of the White Table, it's now or never. Very well written. Corey, we love it. Power to Corey. Send the power to Corey. Let him soak it up. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. And we'll come back to see if we miss any financial gifts anywhere. We're going to swivel back around to our Entropy. And we've got Stumbling over here on Entropy. God bless you, Stumbling. Good to see you. $5 financial gift. My throat is so burnt up. I have been yelling. It started today, before the show, even before the gathering got rolling. How many of you have a preacher, a deacon, a pope, whatever, a priest who is this awesome? None. Face it, I'm the only one. The Great Stumbling, $5. He says, ditching everything anti-white feels fantastic. Anti-white poison is addictive, like junk food. You might even feel nostalgia about it, but you will never regret letting it go. Sometimes it takes giving things up to realize just how anti-white they are. Brilliantly written, Stumbling. That's so true. I've actually felt nostalgia for things that were, to various degrees, anti-white. And you can have the positive feelings for the parts that weren't anti-white, at the same time recognizing that a lot of it was anti-white and you hate all of that was anti-white. Well written. We're all experiencing that. That was Stumbling. We also have over here Spartan. $10 financial gift on Entropy. Good to see you. God bless you. $10 financial gift. He says, for white well-being. All right. I don't think no comments over here that I'm missing. Let's see. Looks like I got some stickers over there on D Live. Much appreciated. Looks like we got some commentary over there. Anybody tagging me on Rumble? I do not see any tags over there. Tagman's no white guilt if you have something to say. On Odyssey, we have a $5 financial gift. Thank you so very much. Land of the Fake. Land of the Fake says, Jason, you are on fire per usual, and gives me a salute. You have no idea how many times females have said that to me. God bless you, Land of the Fake. They're like, let me just take a moment, if we could, to salute you. No, it's more like this. It's more like, oh my God, salute you. All right. We didn't miss anybody over there. Let's take a look at the thread and the live chat on Twitter to see those who may have tagged me. Oh, Thane over there sharing now live. Yes, for that you get a, let's see. I will give you a follow too. Thank you for Thane for doing this. And we also have, is this going to be a critical one? Oh, it is. So we'll come back to the critical one. You notice how a lot of the critical ones now, they hide in the thread. They don't want to show up and actually take on yours truly. It's funny, isn't it? It's funny. It's like, we're going to go talk bad about him in the background. We're going to go say naughty things about him in the background. Yes, I know why. You jealous little dogs. We weren't able to get to horror on campus, hunting white students, but we will on Wednesday. We'll save that over. And let's see. About the live chat. And we have, who's trying to tag me over here? Shannon Oliver, looking good over there. Great to see you, champion. Gave a great testimonial on Twitter this past week. A big salute for that testimonial. Epic. God bless you, hero. Joshua over there saying, hey. And what else do we have? God bless. Friends. I can't read. It's in some kind of a, is that gauntlet? Hello to you. Samuski's over there. Greetings, brother. Let's see. Clean of white guilt. That's a cool name. Oh, he likes where I said work or vote for a living. Yes. And Westman Game, Dino Storm Studio, we just retweeted. Make sure, and he's there. He says, raucous emojis. Thank you so much. Make sure you retweet the game Westman. Every white young man, every white boy should be playing Westman. Thank you, and good to see you. I will check out the live chat. Make sure you're tagging me. Spud Ruckus is in the live chat. Great to see you, sister. Let me refresh over here. Come at them. You are the boss bear. My Rapunzel showed me about in Canada, there is a grizzly bear. And he is called Boss Bear. Is that what he? Boss Bear. And he's like, I don't know, 1,000 pounds. He's been hit by 2 trains and it doesn't hurt him. He's got one ear missing, has been bit off. But he's such a badass. He has fathered 70+% of the cubs in the entire region. No grizzly bear. So this is boss bear action. Off the leash, Jason. We're running out of... We might go slightly over. I'll try not to. Spud Ruckus says, I sent my dono through the snail mail. I get tired of fighting with entropy. Well, thank you for that. And I'll keep an eye out for it. The thaumatological mailbag this week is empty. So we don't have anything. I looked in there. I opened the bag. I jiggled the bag. I looked inside. And there was nothing there. So I will keep an eye out for it. Let me see. Who is there's the great Fornal. We are surrounded. I feel like totally when you are in sports, when you are surrounded by doers, not losers, when your team is doers, you really feel the magnification beyond all of your individual efforts. And that's how this community is. We could feel that absolute magnification. Each of us are powerful. And the synergy, though, of the totality is truly something. You go into other communities and they're dis-synergistic. They draw from the doers. They siphon from the doers. They undermine. And that's like kind of what we have over here from this person I'll be reading in a minute. First, last. Says, read what for, use them well. Use them well, the neckties. Stumbling says, 9,000 buys a lot of ties. 07, Anon, yes. It's a lot of neckties. One for each limb. Thank you all for celebrating. Big, there's the great biospirit of the West, crossing swords. And is that shooting stars? I don't know. Team White Wellbeing, he writes, celebration. I love it. Ivan the Horrible is here, being beautiful. Horrible to the anti-whites. Great to see AI robots in the house. Max and Rob, hello, sister. The forces of white magic and white well-being are flowing out across the world. Henry says, last week in class, I said, quote, a politician can't say they want to help white families because it's perceived as immoral, and that's really anti-white, close quote. He seemed to agree with me. So your professor or teacher agreed with you there. Epic. Totally epic. And a beautiful dialectic. Isn't that perfectly put? That is perfectly put. And that's where you force the anti-white to stay in that conversation. Magnificent. Well done. Thank you to my personal thank you and gratitude to everybody who celebrated our we had a lot of swashbuckling victories this week. Talk about epic. All right. Bass says, Promethean hails, Jason. Thank you for that. I love how anti-white publications are calling the boss bear beautiful and deep, a privilege to see, while saying he kills and eats his competition. Yeah, they talked about something about killing and eating a black bear. Yeah, isn't that something? Well, that's what we'll do here. Metaphorically, of course. All right. Kicking ass, taking names. No more is Jason Unleashed. And why are we Jason Unleashed? We're going to be getting to the Go Free lesson of the day and want to get your input. Why are we Jason Unleashed? It's because I spoke with Twitter, with X directly, and found out that they indeed, as I suspected, they put brakes on my advertisements. I'm paying for them. I want that to settle in. So my advertise, like where there's a definite anti-white feeling in the country that can't be allowed either, that Donald Trump said, linking to Time Magazine. Twitter, X, put brakes. So we were growing with 3 of these tweets to 10 million views. And then suddenly they fell off. Suddenly, the exact opposite of what happens for the multiracial anti-Jews on Twitter. The exact opposite. I pointed out to Twitter, here is an account with, I think it is like what was it again? I think maybe 4,000 followers. Made a comment, a positive comment about a prominent multiracial anti-Jew on Twitter. All of the other tweets by this anti-Jew had garnered like 55 views, 250 views, 700 views, 34 views. This one, 87,000 views and climbing. So I said, clearly, the multiracial anti-Jews are being pushed on Twitter. As much as they complain, they are pushed. I shared other examples. And I point out, here I have advertisements. I'm paying for them. And they go from 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 views, 70,000 views a day to 1,200 views a day, 700 views a day, instantly, like this. Then I'm reaching out and I'm like, what's going on? I start editing these advertisements. I mean, I'm paying for them. So I'm paying the same amount that I was paying to get 50,000 views a day. I'm paying now to get 1,200 views, 700 views. It's kind of irksome. So I start making edits to improve these ads. No improvement. They keep getting less or fewer and fewer and fewer views. Finally, I talk with a representative of Twitter who is a very splendid lady, very friendly, very splendid, very helpful, wonderful to talk to. She wanted to help. She gave a bunch of tips. Obviously, when I put two and two together, she couldn't confirm. And I wouldn't say and jeopardize her job where, if anything was confirmed, or at least tacitly confirmed. I'm not going to say. We can draw our own conclusions. But finally, after turning the tap further and further off to discourage me and discourage you from behind the scenes, even though I'm paying, they finally put an end to those ads. No longer can run them. No one new can see them on Twitter. How do you like that for freedom of speech? You can't even pay for it on Elon Musk's platform. Into that conversation, folks. Twitter is no different than Facebook, except that Twitter pushes multiracial anti-Jew individuals. It is the ghetto to ghettoize the anti-Jew movement. That's it. It is the official platform for housing and, I guess, steering the anti-Jew movement. That's what Twitter is now. They're not able to talk on Instagram. They're not able to talk on Facebook. I want this to settle in. But if you serve white well-being, you're not even welcome on Twitter. If you get big enough, and that's why there has to be a myriad of us. If you get big enough, if you get central, they're not going to allow any central figure to become the whatever, fill in the name of white well-being on Twitter. They're not going to allow it. They are absolutely not going to allow it. They're not going to allow there to be, a white well-being advocate that has 900,000 followers, 1.5 million followers. They're never going to push. They're never going to allow there to be the opportunity to let people decide. They're just putting the brakes on. Start going too good. Your particular tweets start rolling. Slide it down. Draw it down. Shunt it. Fornol knows the proper verbiage for it. Every time. So we need to be multitudes. We need to be manifold. We need to be in the mouths of the people that are already big on the platform. We need to continue doing what we're doing. All of the evidence is in. There's nowhere literally for the well-being of white people. Musk is not going to allow it. So we can continue to appeal to him, and we should, but we also need to appreciate that he can take an anti-Jew like Keith Woods and retweet him. And he can speak to an anti-Jew like Stu Peters. And he can bring attention to an anti-Jew like Nick Fuentes. He can bring attention to all these different people. And will. Even not just a positive attention, but negative attention is attention. And he will allow them to garner massive audiences on his platform, because that is where the USA and the anti-whites have decided to sequester the multiracial anti-Jews. They're getting them all, and I surmise they're getting all their data. I surmise that Musk is giving it all to the government, and that's how Musk is buying time for himself. That's the big payout. That's the payout to Israel. That's the payout to AIPAC. That's the payout to ADL. That's the payout to SPLC. That's the payout to these different anti-white groups and individual people who said, we're going to burn your platform down. We're going to rob it of all of its income. And it hurts so much that Musk went on stage and said, what do you say? Like, fuck you. What's going to happen? Twitter is going to die. And it's going to be their fault. Remember that? He wasn't lying. Musk was not lying. But then something weird happened after that, didn't it? Then he suddenly allowed all these multiracial anti-Jews to come onto the platform and to have and to grow miraculously where they never grew before. Pardon me. So there they are, sequestered, and their information, their etc. shared, I'm sure, with these different entities, with the feds, maybe even the feds of Israel as well. Who knows? I don't know. But that's what's happening at Twitter. The reality is now upon us. The truth is upon us. This is what we have to wade through. I'll continue. Twitter is going to allow me to continue buying advertisements. They're just never going to allow the 10 million views that was able to get under the radar because I was an advertiser. I fell under their radar because these were advertisements. Not anymore. Well, I won't say anything. I don't want to. But I've got some tips about how to create ads moving forward. And I had to set aside a bunch of ads. Well, not a bunch, but several ads that I was going to use because I was wondering, I was like, what happened? Why were we just like dominating planet Earth here? And then all of a sudden, the tap gets slower and slower and slower to make it look like. But I mean, it was still too much of a dip at first. But to make it look like every single ad, the exact same thing. So there's no doubt here. Your fucking head. I got you by the balls, Musk. I got you by your fucking balls. Free speech. Free speech without reach, right? Let's also remember tonight in the announcements that we want to pray and send positive white energy to our brothers and sisters who are grieved by this calamity, Hurricane Helene. And many have been killed, many have been injured, many are suffering privation, loss of drinking water, electricity. The America doesn't care about them if they're white. So let's please send prayers to these people. Let's send love to them. It's the right thing to do. We're thinking about you. And to all good people of all races who are, suffering similarly. Prayers and positive energy. I wanted to point out, just in case you were on Twitter, that I had an interaction with somebody on Twitter called Ed Poe. He was being sarcastic in his response to me. He wrote like an anti-white, and I'm just Jason Unleashed. I'm not in the mood for it, so I can let him have it, and that's the way it is. So he's not actually an anti-white on Twitter. Just wanted to let everybody know. I also want to mention again what I mentioned on Wednesday, that I want to remind all of our ladies out there and our girls, and remind your daughters about blow fishing. This is when an anti-white scumbag shows up pretending to be a very handsome, so handsome patriot, conservative, etc. They engage you in sexualized or sexual talk, the exchange of images. And then they immediately turn around and they say, I'm going to go public with your pictures. I'm going to tell everybody where you live. If you continue to participate in white well-being, if you continue to participate in any sort of white sympathy, socio-politically, anti-whites have used this tactic for decades and decades. You go all the way back to MySpace, and they were using this tactic. Many women left white sympathetic sphere. Anti-whites, they hate women participating in white sympathy. They hate it. We have more women here than in any other community, even other communities that have 100 times the audience. We have more women here. So the women here, be aware. Every now and again, I'm going to make this alert, and as I have been doing, so that you will not be had. They will seem sincere. They will stick around. They will have accounts that look legitimate. They will look real. Be on the lookout. I want to tell everybody, if you would like the great glass smith reptile to make you something beautiful, he said he will do that for this community. He only wants payment for mailing these beauties. Can you believe that? He creates these magical pendants. I have a number. They're just they're absolutely glorious. You could get them for your son, your daughters, your husband, your wife. Look at this. Come on. Beautiful works of art. He just needs money for mailing the work of art. And he wanted me to share with you all an email at which you can reach him for this purpose. The real R numeral 3 PTILE at gmail.com. Reach out to him. Be realistic. Don't reach out and say, hey, I need 9, or just forget about it. If you do that, you're scum. This guy is doing this because he loves the community. He's a loving man. He has a loving family, loves Western kind. He wants to do for this community. And this is a marvelous gift that he's giving to everyone. God bless him. Reach out to him there. And if you have any issues, let me know, and we'll try to straighten it out. God bless you all. And bend over backwards for him to make that payment so that he can send the glorious work of art your way. It's a wonderful thing. The other thing, let's see, what else did I want to share here today? Let's send prayers and positive energy to Based White. Now, Based White, is a magnificent swashbuckling champion in service to white well-being. Wonderful man. He's got another with like a great family. He's got a wonderful wife, wonderful children, sons and daughters of the West all. And he is a great advocate, swashbuckling for us on many platforms. And one of those platforms where he's had tremendous success is Facebook. And Facebook just censored him. So we're still in the phase. It's been this way for a few weeks now. It might continue until after the election, which is what I'm thinking, before they finally restore his account. But send some positive energy. This guy is dedicated. He's working man, and he's struggling to become a big success in the world and doing charity for white well-being. Let's send him some positive energy. Let's hopefully get that Facebook account restored. It would be best for him and all of us. That's Based White. Big champion. All right. Maybe I should save, since we're just past the bottom of the hour, maybe I should think I will save the Go Free lesson of the day. We've given a lot of lessons today, haven't we? We've given a lot of Go Free lessons today. And maybe I'll save that for next Sunday. But I will take a look at whatever you all are saying. If there are any other financial gifts before we wrap up the gathering tonight, I want to take a look at this anti-white criticizing me over here. He says, Jason loves ridiculing any group but Jews. Is that really what happens? Is that true? Actually, that's inaccurate. I made fun of the sound of Hebrew today, as I have many times when I said Benjamin Netanyahu. So this person is a motherfucking liar. Another motherfucking liar doing everything they can to turn people away from white well-being, which makes this piece of shit anti-white. He goes on, using gory details of Nasrallah's death as his show title and calling him a goat effer. Would he joke about Jews sucking infant genitals? This is where their minds are. So you have what does, just as an aside, what does a rabbi somewhere doing something revolting that has nothing to do with you, that you never even have to know, if you didn't know these people who follow Jews around everywhere, you would never even know. And your life would be better for it. It's disgusting. On one hand, it's that. On the other hand, you have an anti-white terrorist that has killed white people. And this piece of shit, this abject anti-Jew piece of shit, says you should side with the terrorist. You should side with the guy. How dare Jason use gory details of the anti-white Arabic murderer of white people in his show title, when he doesn't condemn people for doing something away from me, away from etc., I have nothing to do with. He would rather have you hate Jews than hate anti-whites. He would rather have you hate a Jew for some disgusting religious practice than hate anti-whites for killing white people. That's what composes the multiracial, anti-Jew movement. And they are the first people that I would get rid of. I'm telling you, you see how the anti-whites handled Eric Adams, how we started the show. You see how the Islamicists handle traitors in their midst. This is a traitor. This is an anti-white traitor. You can't get to white well-being as long as motherfuckers like this are out there telling the world lies about us to turn them off from us. Because with his pretext is fighting for white people, but his acts is just hating Jews. His appeal to mainstream conservative creators won't work, and he'll remain obscure. And the amazing thing there is that even in this obscurity, I've changed the world, motherfucker. How about that? Even in this obscurity, without all of the millions and push and everything like your anti-Jews are on Twitter, I've changed the world. If you would like to find this motherfucker, you can head on over to Twitter at the live stream, and he's underneath of it, his account on Twitter. So this anti-Jew, this multiracial anti-Jew, anti-white, which is what matters to me, but it's the multiracial anti-Jew community from which he comes. You can find him there. Maybe his account needs to go away. Lunder says, only Jews wear ties. Jason, don't you know? Yeah, they caught me. Jason, why aren't you mocking how Jews treat their own kids? Slaughtz writes. Exactly. Yeah, Jason's complaining about anti-white Arabic terrorists killing white people, getting their just desserts, instead of ridiculing Jews for how they treat their children. Oh, the anti-white, anti-Jew movement. Let's see what you all have to say. I'll take a quick spin around. Then we're going to have to jump out of here for the hard restriction. All right. Didn't miss anybody. Thank you for the endless work for white well-being of our people. Thank you. Max and Rob, you are most welcome. First Last says, we were also a little off the leash today. Oh, really? That's great. If the interlocutor looks like a Hollywood 10, it is a Hollywood story. Well put, Slaughtz. Yeah, if the guy that shows up for blowfishing, remember, a blowfish is all cute, and then he suddenly blows up and he takes your life with some of the strongest poison in the world. So be aware of that. If the guy shows up and he looks like a Hollywood 10, then it's a Hollywood story. Well put, Slaughtz. Can you make sock accounts to pay for ads? No, because I got to pay as me. Good question, though. Lawsuit, let's go. Give it to Musk. Yeah, I don't think that'll work. Slaughtz is asking, I literally cannot run those ads anymore. They will not take any amount of money for those ads. They are suspended. Correct. And those were just the Trump ads. Remember. Spud says, did they give you a reason? That's astonishing. No reason. I and my contact were left to guess at reasons. They will not give a reason. I love how the anti-white publications are calling the boss bear. Okay, we saw that. Great. Westman Positivity. What were the tips? Can White Wellbeing Team run your ads? No, it's in their algorithm now. So their software is now looking for anything like it. So the tips for how to run, maybe we get more on that into that on Wednesday, but it's going to have to be a lot more implied. Just like you write normal tweets. Can you believe that? I can't even give them thousands of dollars. They're like, nope, no white well-being on this platform. All right, folks, it's been glorious. The troops are out. It's time to move. It's time to make this a glorious week. Jason's off the leash, and I think it might remain that way. I will see you on Wednesday. Love you all. Roll out.